morning, everyone, and good morning to the participants online. Welcome to Malta and the Malta Digital Innovation Authority. This event is in collaboration with ETSI, so thank you so much for all the work and the collaboration. Welcome to CRA Standards Unlock. This is the Maltese leg on the event, which is an EU tour. We are here to talk about the Cyber Resilience Act and how it is influencing businesses and how we can ensure that we have a trusted, secure, and innovation-friendly environment in the Union. To start today's discussion and formally open the event, please welcome Mr. Gabriel Flores, Chief Officer of Strategy, Policy and Governance at the Malta Digital Innovation Authority. A driving force behind Malta's AI, data, and cybersecurity strategy, Mr. Flores brings 15 years of leadership, advancing trust, competitiveness, and international collaboration.
Thank you, Dora. Welcome at MDIA and welcome at DHub. It is our pleasure to host this event together with ETSI. And we bring an audience both here, and I believe we have around 100 participants following this online. Because really we want to see an improvement, a continuous improvement in our cybersecurity landscape. We are especially pleased to host this session here because this is the house of innovation. DHub is a space where we host companies. We have over 80 startups here, also working in cyber, in AI, in data, and drones, technology. But it shows that as a regulator, we don't stop at regulation because sometimes there is this idea that regulation can stifle innovation. We believe that regulation can enable safe and secure innovation. And having DHub and an AI factory antenna and the high-performance computer and the digital innovation hub hosted together here shows our commitment to quality, to safety, and to innovation. Malta's Vision 2050 sees cyber resilience as a core pillar of national resilience. We work closely with our partners, MFSA, MCA, CIPD, META, and other partners in the cybersecurity sphere, because we really want that cybersecurity is a pillar which helps us also in our competitiveness, to strengthen public trust, to embed governance in different areas, starting from defense, but also in terms of skills. Only, I believe last year, we supported the University of Malta in launching a master's in cybersecurity. We really want to invest more in skills. We have hosted here also cybersecurity courses for SMEs as MDIA, because we believe that we need to work together to strengthen the resilience of our country. So this continuous improvement approach is also reflected in the EU Cybersecurity Index, which demonstrates a mature level of readiness. I believe that we still have a way to go, but I also see what progress we have made in the last 2 years. And if you look at where the areas where we were registered significant achievement, if we look at the market and industry dimension, where the country is positioned at advanced level, reflecting a dynamic and well-developed cybersecurity ecosystem. We also attain a mature level when it comes to policy, underpinning our work in design as MDIA. Just last year, we had over 600 policy interventions. So we are the main advisor for the Economy Ministry when it comes to digital regulation. Currently, we are working with META on a new cybersecurity strategy and also with ANISA, because the MDIA, together with CIPD are the national contact points for cybersecurity. I spoke about skills, and I believe 3 years ago, we added digital trust as an area for our Pathfinder scholarships. We started with AI, and we extended now to quantum, digital trust, and areas such as technology for peace. And around €500,000 have been invested in these scholarships, and between 2024 and 2025, we registered around 38% increase in the scholarships being granted by NDIA. So in terms of also of skills, we have a wide ranging starting from basic boot camps and summer camps for kids and industry visits in cybersecurity companies, ranging to scholarships up to PhD level. Currently, we have an ongoing investment of €100 million in digitalization. And for a small country, €100 million definitely have an effect on our GDP. And cybersecurity is an area which we are prioritizing. And as MDIA, we raised the funding level for cybersecurity investments from 50% minimum to 60%. And that is with our partners, the Measures and Support Division. Currently, there is also funding which we issued in terms of research with Scienza Malta, again co-funded with NDIA, with digital trust being one of the pillars. And another pillar, a research pillar, so we have 7 priorities, is actually implementing regulations such as the CRA. So we want to have the good skill set, because if you don't have good skill set nationally, definitely there is a weakness. We want to have a holistic regulator. So as MDIA, last year we launched a cybersecurity unit, and in the last months we have done a massive capacity building for our size in cybersecurity capacity, and also in terms of research, innovation, but at the end of the day, adoption. Sometimes the feedback we get from industry that they are lost in regulation and they are lost in standards. So when you look at the CRA, the question would be which product, which class would my product fall, how I can get the necessary support. And it's our pleasure to let you know that in the coming weeks, we'll be launching a voucher of up to €1,000 for companies who want to place products on the market or want to develop products, and they don't know or need support, which class their product will fall. And that voucher, which you can use with an expert or a legal or a lawyer, basically is intended to guide the companies which class where their product falls and get the necessary support. So we believe that at the core of all this is standards, and the importance of standards is because we are operating in a single market, and the future is more standards, and standards which together we can ensure that they are doable for industry. So today's session is both timely and important for us, as it provides us an opportunity to share perspective. And I would like to thank Etsy for their collaboration to deliver this session. Also to Compliant, because Daniel has kindly facilitated a lot in this process. And what we want to share, the main important point is that we have an open door policy. So we have a help desk for cyber resilience. We have an open door policy. We might not be perfect in everything. We are still growing as a country. We are still evolving, but our commitment is there. And anything that you need, what we can tell you, what we can promise to our industry and to our stakeholders, that you'll find our door open for collaboration. So thank you very much. That's my hopefully short remarks. And again, thank you and to all our stakeholders and to you for coming here.
Thank you, Gabriel. Now we will begin by setting the scene in a European context, looking at the Cyber Resilience Act and the role of European standardization organizations and the current state of play. So we will have an online speaker to begin with, Dr. Camille Donier from the European Commission, working on the forefront of CRA implementation and the development of harmonized standards, will be followed by Yves Lebroux, advisor for standardization and technical regulation, bringing extensive experience in international ICT standardization and harmonized Industry 4.2 standards. And lastly, we will have Ms. Laura Porsche, technical officer at ETSI with extensive experience in international ICT standardization and innovation ecosystems. So, William, if you could switch for Teams so we can. She's connected. She has to unmute herself. No, she's unmuted. Put up the volume. Now it's on. Yeah. No. Okay. Hi, Camilla. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, even if it's only virtually. I wanted to thank the organizers of this event and also the Maltese authorities for hosting this event. It's a very important tour, this CRA Standards Unlocked EU tour, and we are also glad to see that it's really taking off, that many countries want to host this event and that it really draws attention to the CRA because, as you know, we are now in this transition period of the 3-year transition period before the CRA enters into application. We have around 1.5 years before this entry into application takes place. So it's really a crucial moment to make sure that everybody is aware of this and is ready for it. So thank you for displaying the slides. So today I wanted to give you a presentation of the CRA, but not only, because I know that many of you have already seen many presentations. So of course I will talk about the content, but I will also tell you a little bit where we are in terms of implementation, what have we done, and how you can contribute as well. Next slide, please. So this is yes, you can stay on the previous one. Thank you very much. So this is the metaphor that we like using for the CRA, meaning we are coming from an environment with a lot of vulnerabilities, which are not always properly addressed. There are some cybersecurity issues alongside the supply chain. So the aim of the Cyber Resilience Act of the CRA is to create this security alongside the whole supply chain in Europe. The rationale behind this is that Europe is only as strong as its weakest link. So this is why the CRA concerns cybersecurity requirements applying to a wide range of products placed on the market. We call them the products with digital elements. And it's what we call also an NLF legislation. So it's a placement on the market legislation, meaning that as a manufacturer, in order to be able to place your products on the market, you have to comply with these requirements. Now, in the next slide, I would like to explain a little bit the different elements contained in the CRA. So the CRA, as mentioned, is really this NLF, which is usually traditionally used in safety domains. You've seen probably the CE mark on all kinds of products, for instance, on toys, on machinery. So here we are extending the NLF to security, to cyber security, and you will also see this CE mark now on products with digital elements, including software products, to show that they do comply with these cyber security requirements. So in the CRA, we have different concepts. So the obligations, I mentioned the manufacturers, but I think it's also important to clarify that they also concern importers and distributors. So we make sure that there are no gaps also in the supply chain in this respect. And also the essential requirements of concerning cybersecurity are applying when the product is placed on the market, but not only. It's also across the life cycle of these products. So for instance, we have also some essential requirements on vulnerability handling that needs to be also implemented by the manufacturers. So we have different types of conformity assessment regime, which are envisaged in the CRA, depending on the product category. So we expect that the vast majority of products, around 90% of products in scope of the CRA, will go for self-assessment. And for the 10% which remain, these are the important and critical product categories listed in the annexes 3 and 4 of the CRA. And for those, the CRA envisage a more stringent conformity assessment process, which involves a third-party conformity assessment body. There is, of course, the special case of the important products class 1, for instance, the operating system or the identity and access management products, the password managers. So those products, for instance, if they apply the standard, they could do self-assessment instead of third-party conformity assessment. So here, as you can see, and this is also why we are here today, the role of harmonized standards is also quite fundamental when it comes to supporting the implementation of the CRA. There are also some distinct obligations in the CRA, which are the reporting obligations, which are often confused with the vulnerability handling requirements, but they are quite different. As of the 11th of September of this year, the manufacturers will already need to notify and to report on the single reporting platform the actively exploited vulnerabilities and the severe incidents. So already we have some obligations kicking in this year, in September 2026, while the rest of the legislation will enter into application in December 2027. And of course, we also have the enforcement side of the law. Market surveillance is quite an important facet that we are also working on together with the member states to make sure that on the ground, the legislation will be properly implemented and enforced. In the next slide, I wanted to present you the law in a more visual manner. I quite like this one actually, because I think it summarizes this quite well, the content of the CRA. So it all starts with a risk assessment, which is a legal obligation in the CRA. Actually, some people even told me, from our perspective as a manufacturer, it starts with defining the intended purpose and reasonably foreseeable use of my product. I think that's also true. So as a manufacturer, you need to know what your product is meant for, what you have prepared it for, what kind of operational environment, what kind of users. And based on this, you can indeed carry out your risk assessment. And that's the crucial first step. Then you have some product-related essential requirements. So it's in the Annex 1, Part 1. For instance, secure configuration by default, This is an example: protection of the confidentiality of the information, data minimization. So these are some examples of product-related essential requirements that you need to comply with. And you also have some vulnerability handling essential requirements, which will apply throughout the whole life cycle of the product, as I mentioned before. So for instance, it's essentially if you need to have a system in place, to a process in place to detect those vulnerabilities, to be able to receive vulnerabilities and also to remediate them. And here I need to specify, to underline that it does not always mean patching, because sometimes I hear some stakeholders saying, do we always need to patch vulnerabilities? You don't always need. It depends on the risks. So CRA is a risk-based approach. So you can also implement some other mitigation measures if that's suitable for your product and for the, of course, for the intended purpose and reasonably foreseeable use. So you have done your risk assessment. You have now made sure that your product fulfill the essential requirements and vulnerability handling requirements which are laid out in Annex 1 of the CRA. Now you need to also take care of the conformity assessment of your product as a manufacturer. So as mentioned, you have different regimes. You also have some different modules, but I will not enter into these details. But basically, self-assessment or third-party conformity assessment, it will depend on your product categories and on whether you have applied the harmonized standards. But in any case, there needs to be a conformity assessment. And then you can place your product on the market, but your obligations do not stop there. And I think that's also quite why the CRA is so far-reaching and has such a comprehensive coverage, is because you then have this vulnerability handling, essential requirements applying throughout the product support period. You also have, and you can see it below on the slide, the reporting obligations that I mentioned previously, which are separate. And it's if you have some actively exploited vulnerabilities, if there is a severe incident, you need to report this on the single reporting platform. And of course, this is throughout also the lifetime of your product. Now, in the next slide, I wanted to discuss a bit more in a pragmatic manner what we are doing, what are these implementation milestones. So what have we done, for instance, in 2025? And I think that should appear at the next click. You have then all the activities that we completed. So we launched a standardization request. So that was at the beginning of 2025. We have also launched a CRA expert group. We have started the work together with the member states to make sure that they can have the market surveillance authorities and also the notifying authorities in place, and that we can coordinate on the approach. At the end of 2025, we also published an FAQ on our brand new, not so brand new anymore now, but at that time it was CRA website, where you can find a lot of useful information on the content of the legislation and also on the state of play. And at the end of last year, we also adopted the Implementing Act on the technical descriptions of the important and product categories. So if you remember, I was telling you that in the annexes 3 and 4, you have some product categories listed there, which are subject to a more stringent conformity assessment process. For instance, I mentioned the operating systems, but there is also PKI, there are also the VPNs, firewalls, smart cards would be, for instance, an example of critical products. And it was also important to clarify what we meant. So this is why we have this Implementing Act on the technical descriptions, which describe these product categories to help manufacturers understand whether they fall into this category or not. Then at the moment, so in 2026, we are also working on a first set of CRA guidelines. I will come back to this a bit later on. Also working on the adoption of 36 standards because we have standardization requests for 41 deliverables, but some of them were merged, so we end up with this figure of 36. We are also working together with the member states and with the private stakeholders to make sure that we have a sufficient number of CRA conformity assessment bodies that we call notified bodies in the CRA. I will also come back to this. And we are in the process, of course, of setting up and finalizing, I would even say, the ENISA single reporting platform, where the manufacturers will be able to report their actively exploited vulnerabilities and severe incidents from September 2026 onwards. Then there is also the delegated act on the presumption of conformity via EUCC. So you may be aware that we have some cybersecurity certification schemes as well. We have one at the moment, which is a common criteria cybersecurity certification scheme called EUCC. So we want to make sure that there is a simplification measure that we can facilitate the presumption of conformity with the CRA for these people who have already undergone certification via EUCC. So that's the purpose of the delegated act. And 2027, the big year, of course, we will have more standards. So we are also planning a second standardization request, actually, more guidance also on different topics. For instance, I could picture additional guidance precisely for this EUCC CRA interplay, but also on other topics. Market surveillance will start, and we will have the full application in December 2027. So now I would like to give you some more details on these different elements, or some of them at least, most notably the CRA FAQ. So that's in the next slide. You can see. So I would really, if you have not done it already, I really strongly encourage you to visit this website on the CRA implementation. So it's a commission website, so maybe it's not the most beautiful looking website, but it contains a lot of important information, and also we are like keeping it up to date. So you will also find there, for instance, a link to the technical descriptions and the link to the FAQ. And in this FAQ, we already answer, I think, quite a lot of questions that manufacturers had. So these are questions that do not require legal interpretation, and that's why we could just publish them as an FAQ in this format. For instance, on what is placement on the market, what is a tailor-made product. So these are the type of questions that we answer in the FAQ. Now for the more, let's say, advanced questions. So that's in the next slide. We are also preparing a CRA legal interpretation, so legal guidance, we call it. We had, and I hope also that you had a look at this, we had a public consultation on the draft guidance, which closed last month, actually. This guidance contains some clarifications on concepts such as open source, remote data processing solutions. So also quite relevant for the stakeholders. And we plan on having the guidance finalized during the first half of this year, or at the latest after the summer, but as soon as possible, as you can imagine. We have some guidance also to follow on the interplay with the AI Act and on the interplay with DORA for financial services. Next slide, please. So another initiative that we set up for the implementation of the CRA is this support to SMEs. And actually, this initiative, this CyberStand event, is also taking place as part of this type of actions, which are financed by the Digital Europe program funding. And the CRA has many provisions also relating to SMEs. Actually, when it comes to the drafting of the legal guidance, it's very much it's indicated in the CRA that the purpose is also to facilitate the implementation for SMEs. There is also a provision where we can establish a simplified technical documentation for SMEs. So in this respect, these specific interests have really been taken into account in the legislation, and now we are acting upon this. And this so this event is part of it, but also there are other initiatives such as recruitment of dedicated of experts, for instance, representing SMEs, open source civil societies, also part of the CyberStand project, and they can take part in the standardization activities. And in the CRA, finally, you also have some. The CRA also foresees that the member states can set up some regulatory sandboxes. So to make sure that some manufacturers can test the compliance of their product. In the next slide, I wanted to mention a topic which I think is extremely important, and that we have not, at least on my end, I have not discussed that much during this type of events, but I think today is a right place to do so. This is a notification of conformity assessment bodies. So as you know, some of the product categories indeed are subject to third-party conformity assessment. For some of them, it will depend on whether they apply the harmonized standards or not, but basically we need to have an ecosystem of conformity assessment bodies, also called the CRA notified bodies. So we are working actually very intensively on this topic to ensure that we have a consistent approach, that there is no fragmentation in the approach, and also a level playing field. So in terms of timeline, where are we? So the member states need to notify the competent authorities by June 2026. So this is tomorrow, as you can see. And what are these competent authorities? These are the market surveillance authorities, but these are also the notifying authorities. So notifying authorities, sorry for the jargon, but that's basically these authorities in charge of assessing and designating the conformity assessment bodies for the purpose of the CRA. So this has to be set up in terms of governance. This has to be set up by June 2026. Then, by December 2026, we need to have sufficient notified bodies, so conformity assessment bodies, in place. So that means that the member states will, the notifying authorities will start notifying, sorry for the repetition, also in the next coming months. And we need to make sure that this ecosystem grows and that it grows fast as well, to have the sufficient number of conformity assessment bodies. So what do we do and to achieve this goal? So I mentioned, I think already, the cooperation with the member states, the fact that there is this informal group that my colleagues have set up, which is a group of notifying authorities, so already to exchange the best practices among member states. We are also exploring synergies with the Radio Equipment Delegated Act, so which is also about cybersecurity, and also EUCC. So exploring how perhaps these conformity assessment bodies already working under these two legislations could perhaps transition easily towards the CRA. We are also, of course, engaged with the European Accreditation Association, but also with private conformity assessment bodies. And here that's quite an important point because we also have an informal group of private conformity assessment bodies, and I know that there was also a workshop taking place recently enough. So I would also encourage you, if you are not in the loop and if you are interested in becoming a conformity assessment bodies, to get in touch so that we can also involve you. I think that would be very, very important. So that was a message I wanted to convey today, because we need, we need to make sure that all the potential conformity assessment bodies, interested stakeholders, are also ready on time. The conformity assessment bodies. In the next slide, I just wanted to briefly give you an overview of the standardization request. So this is, of course, this is going to be extensively discussed today, so I'm not going to enter too much into the details, but standards are, of course, play a role to facilitate the implementation, because with the harmonized standards, the manufacturers will benefit from the presumption of conformity with the essential requirements of the CRA. So there is a strong incentive to rely on them. And as I mentioned, for some product categories, such as a class 1, so it's Annex 3, class 1 product categories, they could also go for self-assessment instead of third-party conformity assessment if they apply the harmonized standards. So this is a visual representation of the request. We have different types of standards that we requested to the 3 ESOs, to SENS, ENELEC, and ETSI. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ESOs for their collaborative spirit, but also to thank all the rapporteurs, all the experts involved in this work. They are doing such an excellent job, and also it's quite a demanding one given the timeline, because as you can see on the screen, the timeline is August 2026 for the first deliverable. So it's the one on so PT1, we call it, that you can see at the top of the pyramid. So this is the type A1, so the broad framework setting up some principles for cyber resilience, and the type B on vulnerability handling, which will provide, at least at the expectation, provide presumption of conformity with all the essential requirements relating to vulnerability handling in a self-standing manner. So that's also the deadline for this is also August. And for the vertical standard, so that the one that you see at the bottom, that's the one that covers the important and critical product categories, such as I mentioned, firewalls, routers, VPNs, password managers, browsers, and so on and so forth. I'm missing a lot, but all these products will have their standards, and they need to be ready by October 2026. And we also have a set of product agnostic technical measures. So that's a catalog of security controls that we are expecting for October 2027 next year, but that even we are hoping to have this delivered even earlier, given the role it could play in the ecosystem. So this is quite some challenging work, and as you can imagine, that's also keeping us quite busy, and also you, I know. So also, I'm sure that the colleagues from the standardization organization will also make this call, but the work is progressing at a fast pace. So if you are not involved yet, if you are concerned, if you're interested and not involved yet, please do get in touch. Also, a lot of these standards, especially the ones drafted within ETSI, will go for public inquiry in the coming weeks, months. So there will be the opportunity to comment via the national standardization body. So even if you're not involved directly in the drafting, you can also comment on these standards. That's another opportunity to make your voice heard. So this is it for my presentation, and I wanted to thank you again for attending this event, for getting involved, and thank you to the organizers. I'm ready to take any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Camille. We have a question online, which I will, hopefully you can hear me, and I will read it out. What steps will the EU Commission take to facilitate compliance for reporting under Article 14.1 and 3, considering there is 4 months left?
Yes, that's a very good question that I must say I was also expecting. So ENISA is in the process of setting up the platform, and that's also we can reassure you to tell you that the platform will be ready on time, so that it will go live on 11th of September 2026. But even before this, we will have a period of user acceptance testing and training phase, which is planned ahead of that date, of course. We know that there are already some companies who expressed interest in being part of this user acceptance testing. And there will be also, and there is at the moment, extensive security testing, which is carried out by an external contractor, by the computer security incident response team, so the CSIRTs of the member states, and also by the cybersecurity service of the union institutions, so the CERT-EU. And also, I wanted to point you, and I can perhaps post a link in the chat to the ENISA FAQ on the single reporting platform. Another step that is going to be taken rather soon, I believe, is the publication of the data fields that the manufacturers will need to fill out. Here, you shouldn't be expecting anything completely new. I mean, at the end of the day, it's mostly reflecting the law, the Article 14, but of course it will, from a pragmatic and practical standpoint, it will make the lives of manufacturers easier to have so these data fields in advance.
Thank you for your answer. Any questions in person? No, then I believe we can move on to, no, there is actually, sorry.
Hello, so this is Aidan Bono from Malta. So I understand you mentioned that the system is targeted to go live, let's say, on time, and that there will be some user acceptance testing.
Yes, that's correct, indeed.
Let's say a limited audience participating. Sorry? Correct. Okay. So besides the let's say the participants, how can companies in general who fall within the scope of CRA ensure that, let's say, their assigned personnel, cybersecurity specialists, or let's say incident reporters are prepared? Will there be some guidance, how to register, or some trainings or of sorts? So how can we ensure that we are prepared for any reporting, God forbid, even on the first day? Because strictly speaking, it's clients, and we cannot risk to find out how to use the system on the day, I would say, because there's a critical time window that we have to adhere to. And that's a bit of a concern that we still haven't, let's say, completely understood.
Yes, I understand, of course. So just to say, indeed, it's a good thing to make sure first that internally you have the personnel in place, the responsibilities allocated. So this is for your internal organization, of course, to make sure that you are ready. And now when it comes to the platform itself, so I also want to reassure you, it's not going to be anything groundbreaking in terms of what needs to be filled, the type of data, the content, and as I mentioned, basically ENISA will make the data fields publicly available soon. So just look at these, make sure then that you have this, that you are familiar with these data fields and that you can correctly encode the content. But that's how to say, we are also working to make it as simple as possible.
Thank you, Camille. So I guess if you have other questions for the Commission, we can also address them after our talk. So now my colleague Yves and I, we both represent the European Standardization Organization at CSEN and CENELEC, and we're going to give you an overview of where we stand in the development of the harmonized standards that have been requested by the Commission. So first of all, what are European Standardization Organization? We are defined in a regulation that was issued in 2012, and that basically entitles us to develop standards that are called harmonized, and they are cited in the EU official journal, and they're somehow considered as part of EU law. And what these standards provide are technical specifications and technical means to prove, that give a presumption of conformity with the essential requirements of the regulation. I know there will be a presentation after the break dedicated to that topic, so I will not extend on this. We will just give you an update on the progress we are making in the development of the standards. I don't know if you want to add anything, otherwise we...
Yeah, okay. Should I?
Yeah. Okay.
First of all, thank you for having us. Yves Leboucher, I'm a sectoral project manager in Senelec, basically meaning supporting, coordinating the work of the technical committees, and so also those committees being involved with the CRA, mainly JTC 13, TC 224, TC 47X, and TC 65X on our side. We see here, basically, we have seen this picture a moment ago. This is the structure of the work program of the CRA, which with a PT1 group on the top, which is JTC 13, Principles of Cyber Resilience, also somehow the framework of the CRA standards. We have PT2 on the level below, generic security requirements, PT3, vulnerability handling, all those three in the work of JTC 13. And as already mentioned by Camille, below the verticals, including the common work with ETSI and TC47X and 65X working on those verticals. Let's jump directly into the next slide. Also on the top, as explained, horizontal-wise, at the work of JTC 13 Working Group 9. These standards are mainly important because they can give guidance to the manufacturers in the already explained self-assessment process and supporting to cover the essential requirements of the CRA. The vertical standards. Vertical standards cover the product categories defined in the regulation given by the Commission on the categories of important and critical products with the digital elements developed jointly and in a coordinated manner, of course, with among ETSI, CEN, and Senelec technical groups, as already explained. In total, of these groups, 28 harmonized standards are requested to provide presumption of conformity with the essential requirements of the CRA, and several project teams are working tremendously together. We have to say, great work of the experts and rapporteurs that have been nominated to coordinate the work between the different technical groups, and is of course supported by the funded projects of Stanford CR and, as we know here today, CyberStack. Yeah, that's basically.
Okay, so now we're going to introduce to you the different technical committees working on the development of those standards in the three ESOs, the three European Standards Organization. So first, I will introduce the Technical Committee on Cybersecurity in ETSI. We have dedicated a working group, which we called EUSR, that stands for EU Standardization Request, to the development of 18 standards that are product-specific standards, so the so-called vertical, the bottom of the pyramid that we had on the previous slide. And this group, this technical group, does the coordination with the Senelec groups that you have on the left-hand side, and also appointed the specialist task force of experts mandated to develop the standards under the Stanford CR2 Action Grant and Stanford CR3 Action Grant. And we follow the principles of standardization, being open. So basically, we had an open consultation starting from September last year, being inclusive of representation of very diverse interests in our groups, and be transparent about our processes, and so the drafts can be viewed along the development cycle by all concerned stakeholders. And we also try to have a balanced representation of diverse interests, mainly European interests, of course. So SMEs, open source communities, as well as larger enterprises and academia and representatives of users as well. Well, I guess we can move to the next slide. So in this group, we have the task to develop the 18 standards you see on this slide. So as you can see, they are all classified as important products in the CRA regulation. So we have important products, class 1 and class 2. And these are products where the manufacturers can use the harmonized standard for a presumption of conformity, so that means they don't have to go through a third-party assessment. So the product categories that we develop standards for are browsers, password managers that will be presented later on this morning. There is antivirus, VPNs, network management systems, security information and management systems, boot managers will also be presented later on. PKIs and digital certificate issuance software. So here again, to avoid any confusion, this standard concerns the products that are using the PKI infrastructure, meaning the certification issuance software and any other piece of software that you use. We are not addressing the overall PKI ecosystem. Physical and virtual network interfaces, operating systems, routers. And then we go into consumer IoT products. So we have smart homes, virtual assistants, smart home security products like alarm videos, door locks. We have internet-connected toys and personal wearables, excluding the medical devices, but everything that's used for leisure, well-being, etc. And so these are the consumer IoT products. And then we have some important class 2 products. So hypervisors and containers systems, firewalls. And there is also an initiative from our membership who would like to also have an additional standard on network functions for telecom systems derived from the 3GPP work of mobile communications. So these are all the product families we cover in TC Cyber Working Group EUSR. So if you manufacture, develop, sell, integrate any of these products, I guess you should be interested in either joining us or looking at the standards, the draft standards that are currently openly available on our open consultation platform, or liaising with our rapporteurs. And as Camille mentioned, within a few weeks, maximum months, we will have all these standards go into public inquiry. So in Malta, the public inquiry will be handled by the Maltese standardization organization. And so basically it has to be public and allow all the stakeholders to submit comment to the national standardization organization. And then these comments are sent back to us, the European standardization organizations, and we need to address all these comments collected from the different NSOs.
Thank you, Laura. So what and where are the activities on Senelec side? First one here is CEN TC224, which is on the personal identification related personal devices, secure elements, systems, operations, privacy in a multi-sectoral environment. Also classified into the different product classes. We have one example, identity management systems, which is under important product class 1. And 2 of the critical product classes, hardware devices and security boxes, smart card applications. Where are these activities currently running? Status is we have one which is after inquiry already, so inquiry is closed. So in this case, Maltese experts could have commented already. And the other ones are still before the inquiry, so this will be the opportunity. The next one is a Senelec TC47X semiconductors and trusted chips implementation. So also again the structure into the 3 classes: microprocessors and microcontrollers, ASICs and FPGA, tamper-resistant microprocessors, then for the product class 2. And critical products as platforms for smart cards and similar devices, including secure elements. In this group, the trains are running quite well. The first 3 standards, so in total it's 4 projects, are after inquiry. So inquiry has closed. The first one is still to come to the inquiry. So this here again is the opportunity to comment publicly. The third one is TC65X Working Group 3. This is then Industrial Process Measurement Control and Automation. These are the developments based on the ENIC 62443, 62443-4-1, -4-2, for vertical standards focused then on the IoT aspects. We have here two separations into the classes. So the first one, class 1, digital elements, VPN, network management systems, the SIEM, virtual network interfaces, routers, and in the end, the firewalls.
I just want to comment on this slide, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
So you may have noticed that these same product families were already mentioned earlier. So in the CRA, there is a requirement for the manufacturers to follow a risk-based approach, and the assessment of the risk is highly, I would say, dependent on the context of use of your product. So in fact, in HC Cyber USR, we're standards to address the use of Senelec TC665X. They are developing standards for the use of the same products with the same functions, but in a different operational context of industrial use.
Thank you for clarifying. Now, also what needs to be said, this is spread into activities of somehow broader verticals, description 62443, and then for addressing essential requirements, presumption of conformity, this part is then the verticals that we have seen at the lower level of at the end of the pyramid of the triangle that we have. Situation 62443 broad verticals are currently under a public inquiry. So the public inquiry is running until the 5th of June, which is basically tomorrow again, and the verticals will follow. They are still before the inquiry. And of course, the biggest stack, more or less, is JTC 13, Working Group 6, product security, which covers critical products. There are some missing, to be honest, in that list. With the smart meter gateways within a smart metering system. Just that because
you're saying that there's new one?
No, they're not, but we are somehow missing those of Working Group 9.
Yes, but you presented them in the pyramid at the beginning.
Yeah, would be a bit redundant in that case. Yeah, and here as well, a situation is that this one is, I'm not absolutely sure, but this is then a public inquiry close. That's the situation of, let's say, the running standard trains, and we hope that they're then timely delivered somehow in the scope. Yeah, yeah.
I think we're not finished. We have a few more slides now to explain. Okay, so the timelines are not quite right at this moment. There is one thing that is right, is the fact that the open consultations have been open since September, and we still have our drafts in the open consultation area, but we are discouraging people at this stage to submit comments on the open consultation channel because we are entering the formal public inquiry phase. So we encourage you to basically channel your comments through the National Standardization Organization at this stage, through the public inquiry stages. So maybe we move to the next slide, Yves. Okay, so here we have the links to information where you can get additional information. So the place where you can find the vertical standards in their latest draft version is at this link, the open area. The place where you can eventually comment directly is here, but as I said, at this moment we don't encourage this, but you can still do it. But then you need also to submit your comment via your NSO. And the centralcra.eu website provides all the information that we presented this morning with Yves, the list of deliverables, which technical group handles which deliverable. So in case you missed something or we were not clear, you will have all the information on that website.
Contact details.
Yes. Maybe you want to move to the next slide. Yeah. So we are here in Malta, but we will continue our EU tour together, jointly organized by Stanford CR and Cyberstand. So our next stop is going to be at the end of June in Bucharest, and then we will go to Lisboa in September and to Bonn, not Munich, in October. So the goal of today is really to get closer to you, make sure all concerned parties are aware of what's going on, to allow interaction with the rapporteurs, what we call the people we name rapporteur are the people who are actually holding the master document of the standard and working on that document together with industry experts to make sure that the standard is fit for purpose for your needs and that you will be able to implement the standards. And also to allow you to be aware of all the support you can get through various EU-funded projects that will be presented in the afternoon. So I think that's the end of our presentation.
Yeah. And of course, objective of today, to help to digest standardization information here as your contact point. If you have any questions, how to contribute, to participate, let us know. And we're here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We need to go to the... All right, so do you have any questions? If you don't, we'll be disappointed. Is everybody still awake?
There's one question about PT2 online. Will the PT2 standard also include guidelines, in which case at which risk level a security control must be applied?
You comfortable answering? I'm not, so it's your standard.
It's my standard, but we can take this on board, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess we'll get back to the person who asked the question later on.
Hi, as an insider, I know there's actually more collaboration work going on between the ESOs, such as our collaborative work on a draft skeleton, on cross-vertical topics. Are those things you feel comfortable introducing to the audience, or would you prefer we talk about it later?
So as mentioned by Kenny, and as you can see on the pyramid, there were mentioned that we should be jointly developing many of the vertical standards, meaning the standards defining the cybersecurity requirements for specific product categories. So in order to have all these standards more or less aligned and consistent, we have defined a common structure, a common logic, basically, for these standards. As I said, the requirements are based on a risk analysis, a security analysis of the risks. So all the standards will have the same structure. They will first define the context of use of the products, and then they will do a security analysis of the product in that context, and then define cybersecurity requirements for the products. And finally, assessment criteria to verify that the product actually meets those requirements. So the structure will be the same for all vertical standards, regardless of in which technical group they are developed, in SENS, SENELEC, or ETSI. And there are some other things we've done in common. We, in particular, the work on cryptography, because basically standards need to define in technical terms what are state-of-the-art industry good practices, and then cryptography is quite, it's a moving target, because this is an area that needs to adapt all the time, especially anticipating the development of quantum computing that could break some of the traditional cryptography mechanisms. So we all work together to have a common cryptography annex in all the standards that will define what is state-of-the-art cryptography, trying to list all the cryptographic mechanisms which we all consider should be used for different use cases, and also prescribe agility in cryptography in case the lifetime of the product exceeds the foreseeable time when quantum computing will be ready. So these are the things we've done in common. We've also had different, many different coordination workshops between rapporteurs on other topics like remote data processing services. So we're trying to ensure as much consistency and alignment between all those standards as possible to make them usable by the industry. Thank you, Daniel, for the question. Thank you all for your attention.
So anonymous user asks, could you please let me know when the draft version of EN 40001-4 is planned to be released? 27. Yeah.
It's more or less 27. Microphone, yeah. Looking at my nice information slide, so inquiry is closed, so there's still a bit to go. So this is, as you already indicated, stuff to say, okay, the final day, of course, it's going to be 27 more or less in the beginning.
No more questions online? Okay, thanks a lot. We're a bit ahead of schedule, slightly.
Thank you for these valuable insights. Now, the focus will shift from translating regulatory obligations into practical implementation, moving from compliance towards confidence. Please welcome Ms. Maria Ferruccia, a senior manager at the Malta Digital Innovation Authority. A leader in regulatory affairs, Ms. Ferruccia plays a central role in Malta's implementation on EU cybersecurity and data legislation.
Hello, good morning. I would like to thank you for being here, present and online as well. It's such a pleasure also to have this collaboration. And I know that Gabriel also thanked, but I would also like to thank myself, this collaboration with the European Commission, and also thank all the team to be able to have this event made possible. So thank you very much. So I would like to start off with the closing remarks that actually, with regards to the previous presentation, the closing remarks use the phrase fit for purpose. And that's what CRA should be. And in fact, I saw this photo and I really liked it. Basically, we should be, the CRA, the standards should be fit for purpose. For example, like with the hard hat standards, which are already applicable and they are already in force. We need to have these standards applicable also for our lovely laptops, for our lovely connected devices within this cyber ecosystem. And I know that you have been listening a lot, so I want to hear from you for just 2 minutes. We have these two very brief questions, so I invite you to go to the QR code, and you'll be having like very 2 minutes free. Will be long. In fact, the very first question is, if the Cyber Resilience Act was a movie genre, what would it be? What do you think? Oh, lovely. I like that. Horror, scary at times, but survivable. Rom-com. Challenging at first, but happy ending. Mystery. Figuring out the details as we go. Let's see what wins. Documentary, series, structured and informative. So Delhi's currently there is adventure, the quest for stronger security. So let's leave this for about 1 minute. At least it's not horror that's winning. I'm glad. Okay, that's great. So, mystery, figuring out the details as we go. It's good that it's not horror, but we hope that the details are figured out before that the CRA will come into force. So we'll be fine with that. So the list was, okay, 3% is rom-com challenging at first, documentary, great. Horror is second. I hope that will change your mind by the end of today's event. So next question. which journey best represents going from compliance to confidence. So, I love this. Climbing a mountain, a tough climb leading to a rewarding view at the summit. Yes, I agree with that. Training wheels to mountain bike and steady at first and confidently freewheeling. And the least was caterpillar to butterfly. I hope that it's not because we don't want to be butterflies, but so yes, I like these responses, and that's why we have the event today in collaboration today. So it won't be a horror movie, it won't be the struggle. Yes, there may be struggle, but that's why we are here. That's why we are here. We have to call this collaboration so that at the end of the day, we have that beautiful view, and it would be an adventure, not a struggle. So until we figure out the slides. So basically, I wanted to start off. We have heard about the CRA and overview on the CRA. We have heard about the overview of the standards. I also wanted to bring you in within the Malta ecosystem of the CRA. And in fact, I wanted to start off by giving a very brief overview of the MDIA. It is the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, has been set up from 2018. And although it has been set up in 2018, this mission and the vision have been renewed this year. And why? Because basically the MDIA, as all the ecosystem, we need to be updated. We need to adapt to the current challenges, to the current ecosystems, technologies, and that's why the MDIA will be the forefront of that. So we have our mission is to regulate and enable the secure digital innovation, and the three terms that I like the most: proactive, trust, and strategically guided. We are not doing these things just for the sake of it, but we have a direction to where we should be, and we have a strategy. And the four main pillars basically are the regulation, which is why we are here, to regulate the AI, cyber, and data. And we have the policy, as also Gabriel mentioned, we are very, very active with regards to the policy. We have submitted a lot of policy considerations on behalf of Malta position so that we are aware. We are aware, and it's also something very important. We are going to say it later, but I'm going to also say it today. We are here to also receive the industry's feedback so that when we have Malta's position, we also take that in consideration because we want to be with the people, with the industry, and with the SMEs. Additionally, we also have the digital skills because apart from regulator, we are also an enabler. Enabler wanted to support the industry, the businesses, so that they can be compliant and also ensure that there are the relevant skills in the industry. In fact, the MDIA also carries out training and courses, and in fact, it is an obligation also of the CRA that the member states should also make sure that there are the respective skills which are available in the country, in the member state, and in the EU. And then at the end of the day, as I mentioned, we are an enabler of the innovation. We are there to support going forward. The direction that we need to do, we need to check what we have, but at the end of the day, we need to go forward and we have a direction. The vision is to be, in fact, the forward-looking authority that fosters trust and enables the uptake of innovative technology. And I think you can agree with me, or I hope that you will agree with me after the end of the presentation, that CRA, it's about trust. Trust, we need to ensure that all the connected devices that we are using with the digital elements, we can use them with trust and we are secure. So, cyber confidence. The MDIA basically, as I told you, it's a regulator for AI, data, and cyber. So we are regulators for the AI Act, the Data Innovation, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and specifically with regards to the cyber, we have been there, the MDIA, to raise and to ensure there is cyber confidence in the ecosystem. In fact, we wanted to have dedicated a very brief time to bridge between the Cybersecurity Act and the Cyber Resilience Act. In fact, the MDIA has been at the forefront of the Cybersecurity Act, and we are also the National Cybersecurity Certification Authority. So the CSA, the Cybersecurity Act, basically establishes that there are voluntary European cybersecurity frameworks. What are they? What are their scope? Basically, there are specific components, etc., that they can be certified against a EU certification scheme. Currently, the one which is in scope is the EUCC, which also has been mentioned in the previous presentation. And why they are useful? For common framework of trust. So why did we need the Cyber Resilience Act? There was a gap because basically there was no regulation for the horizontal requirements of all products with digital elements. And hence the Cyber Resilience Act bridged that gap, and that is its aim. In fact, the bridge between the Cybersecurity Act and the Cyber Resilience Act is that there can be presumption of conformity based on specific European cybersecurity certification framework. So based on those schemes, there can be an easier life for the manufacturers to be in compliance with the CRA. That as also has been mentioned, this would be also in liaison with the European Commission and other entities to establish those cybersecurity frameworks which could be applicable. But yes, the Cyber Resilience Act and the Cyber Security Act, they should be consequently create synergies between them. So I don't know whether you like going to the airport and go through the security check. So basically, that's what the CRA is doing. We are checking the airport, we are having that passport, that safety to ensure that all products which are coming into the EU are secured and based on the respective risk level. So that's why I wanted also to have this. If they are safe, they can come into the EU, into the single market. Realistically, we are here to protect the consumers, the users, and we are all the consumers and the users. So the main stakeholders on the Cyber Resilience Act, I know that there can be some repetitions during today's presentations, but the main basically stakeholders are economic operators, that can be importer, manufacturer, distributor, and there are the open source software stewards, there are the authorized representatives that the manufacturer also can authorize, the consumer, which is at the heart, at the middle of the slide, the market surveillance, the notified body, and the rest I'm going to explain in a separate slide. So this has been mentioned as well, so I'm going through this very, very quickly. Obligations of manufacturer. Basically, I have divided the obligations of manufacturer and with the other side as well. So going over very, very quickly, the manufacturer is the foundation, is the baseline that needs to check all the requirements. Ensuring, for example, the documentation is in place, also for the market surveillance, that if there is the conformity assessment, what type of conformity assessment based on the product, and the manufacturer has a lot of responsibility. We are there to help them. So don't be discouraged, but yes, we need to ensure that the baseline of security is there from the very, very beginning. And in fact, the CRA focuses on security by design. It has to be there from the very, very beginning. So going over quickly, keep security updates available, very important, ensure product identification, provide information, notify, and actively exploit vulnerability to the CSERTs. So upon request, with information documentation, the lovely CE marking, that stamp that we need to ensure, yes, that product is in line. I can use that product without any problems. So the other responsibilities, importer, distributor, open source software steward, and also what the CRA will mean for the consumer. So for the importer, basically, some obligations which are for the manufacturer, the importer needs to check that the manufacturer meets those obligations. So it can't just say that the manufacturer has done everything, I don't need to check. The importer has all the responsibilities also to check that the manufacturer is in line with the requirements. The distributor that has to also verify that the product is compliant, and if applicable, there is the CE marking. Take corrective measures to recall, and I love this link basically that there are MSA, Market Surveillance Authority, in various parts. So we are currently in the finalization stage of the drafting of the legal notice for the designation of the respective bodies. MDIA will be the prospective Market Surveillance Authority for the CRA. I put these very, very, very specifically in most of these obligations because we want to be there with you. Yes, there are the obligations, the CRA, you need to inform us as the Market Surveillance Authority, but don't think of it of the obligation, think of it of the cooperation that we need to have. We need to ensure that our ecosystem is safe. So we are there, we want to be there, not just by regulation, we want to be there, as also Gabriel mentioned, with regards to open door policy. We want to be there before it comes into force, during, and after. So open source software steward also have the obligations to put in place, document a cybersecurity policy, and there are the requirements of that, cooperate with the market surveillance, and also notify actively exploited vulnerabilities. So the consumer, what's for the consumer? To have products which are safe, which are compliant with the regulation. Also very important from our end, as the market surveillance is the authority, to have a platform for complaint submissions, which in fact, we have launched the complaint procedures and form platform for the other forms also this week. And the CRA, although they are not enforced, we want to support as well. So the complaint procedure, we want it to ensure that it is there already, even if it's not enforced. So we have the platform, we have the procedures already set in place. And have adequate protection from products with cybersecurity risks. So in Malta, I thought that I was going to explain to these in further details. So we have the Market Surveillance Authority. As I mentioned, we're going to be the prospective designated Market Surveillance Authority. We are going to be there, not with the hard hat of the first slide, but yes, we need to have that hat of the inspection hat, but I also want to emphasize a lot during this presentation. We don't want to just go with the come to you with the enforcement hat. Yes, we have to, but I want to emphasize the cooperation between us. So if there's cooperation, if there's compliance, there shouldn't be any problems. So we are not there to have the work to do the penalties. It's not our aim. The notifying authority, also MVIA will be the prospective notifying authority with respect to the notification of the conformity assessment bodies. So in the previous presentation, it was mentioned that there are going to be the conformity assessment bodies. What are going to be their role? Basically, they are going to check that the products are, yes, safe, secure based on the risk level. So the notification of these conformity assessment bodies, the role will be split into two. So we'll have the National Accreditation Board, which is responsible for the assessment and for the accreditation of these conformity assessment bodies in line with the respective standards and regulation. And from our end, we also need to do, we're going to be the prospective notifying authorities to check that gap. So if there are any gaps between the accreditation and notification requirements that they're applicable, we're going to be there to notify these bodies. And it was mentioned also in the previous presentation, it's very, very important that we need to ensure a responsibility that there are enough notified bodies by December 2026. So I'm going to urge you now to share this message. So if there are any cabs which would like to be notified bodies, we are going to be there to help you so that you can become notified bodies and help in this ecosystem. Notified bodies, yes, I have mentioned it as well, and the Computer Security Incident Response Team. So this role will be prospectively designed for MITA, the Malta Information Technology Authority. So basically, it's going to be the coordinator for the purpose of coordinated vulnerability disclosure. So any reporting obligations with regards to the CSIRs will be from the behind of the MITA. So, very, very brief, what will be the requirements for CAP to be notified bodies? What are going to be? So basically, very, very important, and I'm going to remark this is very, very brief, because there will be a very thorough assessment to ensure that these bodies are competent enough. So the very important things are, they are third-party independent body and impartiality. So there are two very important things to ensure. I don't want to go to a cab that I know that it's involved in design, etc., that may have an influence on the end result. So that's why it's very important that these bodies are third-party independent and impartial, and also impartiality from the top management. So it's literally from a top-down approach. Professional integrity, very, very important, technical competence and knowledge on what they are assessing, and confidentiality, and also there's an obligation that they need to have liability insurance. So what it means to be CRA ready, I hope that by the end of the event you will know these by heart. So product classification, what is the very first thing that you need to do now? You need to ensure whether the products are, what risks they have, what category that they fall in, and what conformity assessment would be required. Then there's going to be cybersecurity and risk management of the products and the whole supply chain. It's very, very important in the CRA that we do not focus only on the product, me as a manufacturer, as my role, but it's the whole supply chain from the very, very design to the consumer. Reporting and governance, they are very supporting obligations, and we are very, very happy to help you with what reporting obligations will be required. And it is very important to have ongoing compliance discipline. It's not a matter of having the product at the market. I can go to a shop, I buy this product, okay, it's fine, it's earmarked, and that's it. No, it needs to be a live product security, so we need to ensure that if I can use it from 1 year to year, it's still safe and secure. MDIA in action. Yes, we are currently doing a lot of things to prepare for the CRA, and there are things which we have already implemented. As I already told you, we have the complaint form which is already in place. What we are doing. And no, we are not doing movies, but yes, since we mentioned that the first question was the CRA movie, I wanted to go through this. So what's next? What is MDA doing? So we are finalizing the drafting of the legal notice. Why it's important? Because for the designation of the respective bodies. So when anyone needs, of course, we are not waiting for the official finalization of the drafting. We are there for you, but that would also be important to give us the respective powers, continuous engagement. So this is, I think, the third, fourth event that we are doing with regards to the CRA. So basically, we have been carrying out information sessions throughout. We have done a collaboration with the ISACA for presentation of the CRA. We also have other events coming up. So I urge you to also to follow us so that you can, if you want to participate in other events. Participation in EU groups, as it was mentioned, we are very active in the EU groups, as for example, CRA expert group, because we need to follow the updates, and we need to keep the up-to-date so that we inform you of the respective updates. Upcoming implementation of processes for the notification of conformity assessment bodies. The obligation, as you mentioned, that by December we need to ensure that there are enough bodies. We are there, we are prepared for you. If any comes, please share this word so that we can have the conformity assessment bodies, notified bodies in place. We are also currently working on setting up cyber resilience regulatory sandbox so that we have this test bed so that any businesses, etc., can come and test their systems to be ensured that they are in line with the CRA requirements. So this is also in the pipeline, and we are currently working on drafting the respective documentation and necessary processes. As I mentioned, the complaint handling processes, and I also wanted to refer to this as well. We have the MDIA website, which is currently updated with regards to the Cyber Resilience Act, but it will keep on updated. It will keep on being updated based on the respective updates of the standards of the respective guidelines that we need to ensure that they are in place. And we have the help desk. Please, we want to be there for you. Please just send us any queries, etc., that you may have, any feedback that you may have. So there, as mentioned, there are also consultation, okay, with regards to standard, but there can also be consultation on respective documents with regards to the CRA from the regulatory part. So we are there to listen to you. If you have any feedback, please send us cyber.mdia@mdia.gov.mt. And we are there to help figure out the puzzle. So we mentioned that this could be not a horror movie, but it could be a struggle until we have everything in line. So we are there to help you with the puzzle. And why should we help? Why should we have all this? This is to have the competitive advantage. So for businesses who are going to be in compliance, they're not going to win the FIFA trophy, but you're going to win the competitive advantage that if you are compliant, you are going to make further success accordingly. I would like to thank you, and should you have any questions, feel free. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Sorry, I do have a question from a friend. And the question is, with regard to the Market Surveillance Authority, Is that going to be an authority that is responsible for hardware and software, or is it just going to be one or the other? Is it going to be doing everything?
So basically, the market survey is that the MDA will be fully responsible with regards to the scope of the CRA.
You mentioned the regulatory sandbox, which is in the, if I understand it correctly, tied to the AI sandbox.
So yes, currently,
and so my question is, what is like the bigger, like, the requirements for this? Is that open for each type of organization, or is it only for SMEs or like for organizations of a certain type?
So thank you very much for your question. Yes, currently the MDA, in fact, has been the very first to set up the AI sandbox, and in fact, we want to reflect that success with the CRA. So currently, we are still setting up for that. We are still setting up the information on which can be accordingly. But if you're interested, please send me an email so that we can keep up.
I have a
There was a vote, in fact, there was going to be a vote at the AI committee on the AI sandbox. So we'll very much proceed with the same principles. Also, possibly with the, for example, the AI sandbox have the possibility to do national prioritization of specific sectors. So we want to align such prioritization with Vision 2050, and that will be the approach adopted. For the AI sandbox, it's open, also for companies not necessarily based in Europe, but they would need to have an authorized representative. So the idea is to adopt a similar approach, which is already available in our current sandbox. The difference between the AI sandbox and the cyber resilience, of course, that under the AI Act, it's obligatory for a member state to have a sandbox. Under the CRA, it's optional whether a member state would want to develop a sandbox. So our approach is that yes, we will develop. A timeline has not yet been established, but our commitment is that in due course we'll develop a sandbox. Nevertheless, if any company needs any support, a sandbox is only one of the mechanisms. So we are already operating a help desk. So if any company needs any support or has any specific questions, and we are open. In sandboxes, normally there are two approaches. There is what I like to call the Dutch approach and the Malta approach. The Dutch approach is more of a question and answer session. So the sandbox is more of a question and answer session. The Malta approach is that you assign together you develop, you identify, and then we approve a technical expert, which will go and do a thorough review at periodic milestones based on pre-agreed control objectives, and based on that we issue a mark of credit. So that is the approach that we'll be adopting also for the CRA and the AI Act. That it's not just a question and answer session, but it's also a review, which will lead to a mark of credit. But what I want to emphasize here, that if anyone has any question, and I'm sure there is a lot, just look at the FAQs question developed by the Commission. I think is one of the longest for many of the legislations that we have in the EU. If anyone has any question, our door is open. We are not consultants, we are the regulator, but we can guide you to the right sources also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have two questions online. One of them is, earlier today, reference was made to the interplay between the CRA and DORA. Are any specific sessions with financial institutions and the MFSA planned to understand better any CRA specific obligations applicable to financial industry?
Thank you very much. It's a very good question. So currently, yes, we are developing also the plan for the further events that we need to do. So in fact, there's going to be also a session with the banking industry, for instance. So yes, we are cooperating with the others. It's a very good point that we also pointed out accordingly. Thank you.
And the second question is, will unsupported, cheap and cost-connected products gradually disappear from the EU market under the CRA?
So basically, there's also the transition period. So In fact, yes, unfortunately, we can't give a guarantee that the cheap products will disappear. We'll be there for the market surveillance authority with that function to help that each consumer and user will be safe and will not be cheap, unsecured products. But we would also need your help. So your help would also be required as if you meet with something, if you have a product inside that you have seen on the market, etc. Please come forward and provide us with that information because you would be also helping us in that surveillance that we need to do. So basically, we can't be everywhere as a market surveillance authority. So that's why we need your help. If you need something in shops, etc., just let us know so that we can be, of course, when the CRA is enforced. So you will be helping us accordingly to do our function as well.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Unless there is any more questions. Now, next up, we have a coffee break. So I welcome everyone to help yourselves to some coffee, a bit of a stretch, and then we will continue at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we will continue with the next session, addressing a critical pillar of the CRA on how harmonized standards can be used to demonstrate compliance and build trust in digital products. Please welcome Dr. Evangelos Garces, a recognized global expert in product conformity, cybersecurity, and EU regulatory frameworks with extensive experience across standardization bodies and industry leadership.
Thank you for the great introduction. Largely exaggerated, I would say, and much less than that. So my job here today is bringing some of the experience that me and my colleague and my teams have from working with the harmonized standard for the CRA in cybersecurity in the AI Act and the new legislative framework, and setting the scene for the other colleagues that actually do most of the work on being rapporteurs for the harmonized standards. So I will talk about presumption of conformity under the new new legislative framework, just to set the scene and explain what it is. And hopefully that will give you the picture of where harmonized standards fit in. So this is the agenda for my presentation. I will explain how the EU single market for free movement of goods works and where did it come from, actually. What the new legislative framework is, what is the essential requirements, the things that all harmonized standards are addressing, what are the options for conformity assessment, meaning how do we know and which methods do we have, which approaches do we have to assess products for compliance with the legal requirements. And that will then hopefully take me to the last part of my presentation, harmonized standards and presumption of conformity and what it is exactly. So let's start with the EU single market. In the EU, we have a single market for free movement of goods. That means that if you place a particular good or a service in one country, it becomes immediately available and it can circulate and be bought and used in all the other countries. And of course, the challenge here is how to guarantee that you can only have safe and compliant products find their way into this kind of aggregate market, right? How do you have a barrier-free internal market? The answer to that has been determined to be, we use in the EU, the legislator is using what is known as harmonized legislation, because harmonized legislation does exactly what the adjective says. It harmonizes the rules for access for goods to the EU single market, no matter in which country you're, importing or distributing or selling, starting to sell the good in, or where you are headquartered within the EU single market. In order to do that, it defines essential requirements. So that's basically attributes that all the products should satisfy, right, in some way, or that the manufacturer of those products should satisfy. And those attributes are then assessed by conformity assessment, and they are overall kept in check by market surveillance. We didn't always have this framework. In the past, we had what was known as the old approach, where we had actually detailed and prescriptive national level based requirements that every product should meet. And it doesn't take much to understand how this can be a problem when you want those products to circulate freely across all the 27 member states, 28 at that time.
So they devise what they know a new approach. The new approach is where you use legislation to set harmonized essential requirements that apply to all the products in all the EU member states. And then the technical details which are related and support those essential requirements for the products to actually comply, they are delegated to harmonized standards. So instead of the national member state authorities prescribing requirements, now we have actually the European standardization organizations who have been undertaking the task of writing those technical requirements for the essential harmonized requirements. And all this is governed and put into check by the new legislative framework, which is a system of definitions, modules. It includes what you know as CE marking. So if you bought a smartphone in the EU, you flip it on the back, you will see the CE mark there. What does it say? It says that this product is in compliance with all the harmonized legislations and the essential requirements in those legislations applicable to it. That's exactly what it says. And this is the system that keeps that in check. So you have the definitions, the different modules for conformity assessment. You have accreditation that is actually kind of, how should I put it, like approving who can actually assess in terms of a way of assessing the products, and you have market surveillance. So that's the 4 tiers of the new approach. Essential requirement, which ideally legislation defines only the performance or functional safety requirements, not technical, not detailed technical specifications. You have then harmonized standards which are supporting those essential requirements. They are being developed and adopted by European standard organizations, ETSI, CEN, or CENELEC, or any combination of those. And they can be applied alongside the legislation. They're not mandatory though, they're voluntary. So keep that in mind. And then you have the concept I'm mostly going to be talking is the presumption of conformity, which is about presuming that a product which has been manufactured in compliance with harmonized standards is in compliance to the essential requirements of the legislation that those harmonized standards cover. So that's the presumption of conformity. And of course, as I explained, this is all voluntary application. Manufacturers may use also other technical solutions besides harmonized standards, but then they carry some additional burden of demonstrating conformity. And that, for instance, is done through third-party assessment. Like if I'm a product manufacturer, one way to demonstrate conformity of my product is to have an accredited third party, like a notified body, assess my product on the basis of some commonly understood good standards, right? And that takes me to the 3 different ways that we can have conformance assessment. What are the 3 options in conformance assessment? Quite simple. First party, second party, third party. First party is basically the party who is responsible for the product or the service, manufacturer or service provider, and it's known also as self-assessment. So the product manufacturer or the service provider are self-assessing in this mode their own product, right? They can do that based on testing, documentation, and they have a self-declared conformity. The other option is second party. I'm making a product, I'm selling it to another party. The second party may have their own tests, their own processes, their own conformity assessment approaches to assess that what they're buying or what they are using, if I'm giving them a service, is actually in compliance to the requirements, right? And then there's the third party, where someone, third party, independent party, accepted in some way by both the first and the second party, is undertaking the responsibility and is being accepted to assess the product. Now, in the new legislative framework, these third parties are independent conformity assessment bodies. They are also known as notified bodies. They are designated by member states under EU legislation, and a particular legislation will require this for high risk or other categories of products. And typically when the words that you see here, modules B through module H, as well the term module A that I wrote in the first party, these are just different approaches in conformity assessment, different ways to assess conformity. Some of them have to do with the quality, for instance. of the products or the processes. All this is controlled by the new legislative framework. So that's how we build the bridge between law and practice. We have the law, we have the commission that has the right to issue a standardization request to the standardization organizations to develop harmonized standards. They may then choose to accept a request, undertake the development of those standards. And then the commission has the exclusive right to determine if and which part of those standards can be cited as a reference in what is known as the official journal of the European Union. And this citation comes with a legal effect, and that legal effect, as I will explain, is the presumption of conformity. So if you have a part of a harmonized standard, which has been developed by an ESO, ETSI, SEN, or SENOLEC, under a request by the Commission, and the Commission has cited a part of that standard in the OJ, then that part of the standard is going to grant you presumption of conformity, meaning your product, even if you have self-assessed it, will be presumed to be in compliance with the law. This is what presumption of conformity is about. It is not a proof of conformity, it's a presumption, it's an indication of conformity. So a product manufactured in conformity with harmonized standards or parts thereof. So that's also another important part to keep in mind. It's not a black and white because presumption of conformity applies to a specific scope, always to a specific scope. So you can have a standard and part of it may be granting presumption of conformity and part of it may not. The same goes for your product. So back to the sentence, or parts thereof, whose references have been published in the official journal, is presumed to be in conformity with the essential requirements covered by those standards. Okay, so it's presumed to be in conformity. Oh, what does that mean practically? So it's not a proof, I said. It means that if I'm a manufacturer and I have a product and half of the scope of that product is in compliance with harmonized standards published in the OJ, and the other half is in compliance with harmonized standards not cited in the OJ, then for the half which is cited, if someone thinks that the product is not in compliance, they have to prove it. For the part which is not cited, if someone thinks that the product is not in compliance, I have to prove it. It's the burden of proof and the distribution of the burden of proof. That's what presumption of conformity is all about. And that's why it's also so important for the free distribution of goods, assurances and incentive to the manufacturers, giving due diligence and being very technically strict and having good quality harmonized standards and all those things. Because although it is a reputable legal presumption, meaning it's not an absolute guarantee, of compliance, and authorities may still challenge conformity, but the burden of proof shifts to them. And it fits within the overall control framework for the incentives that anyone may have in any market to deliver products that comply actually to the rules applicable to that market. So that's what it is. It only covers the essential requirements addressed by the specific standards or part thereof which have been applied. Okay. Other requirements may be met by other means. It also is connected, as I explained, to the standardization request by the Commission. You can have a legislation. The Commission may issue a standardization request only for some of those of the legal requirements in that standardization. It's not mandatory that they will always issue for all of them. It's up to them. And it does not exempt you from product liability, which is a big bedrock on all the harmonized legislation. But it may reduce the likelihood of damage and strengthen your basically legal position when you come to face a legal claim that your product or service is or has not been compliant. So that's what it is. That's the system for the EU quality chain, from essential requirements to harmonized standards, enabling conformity assessment in any of the three modes: first party, third party, second party, third party, and with support from the notified bodies accredited by national authorities and supported by market surveillance. So that's it. That's the 2-3 slide summary of the NLF and presumption of conformity. And here's a list of takeaway for you. Today, if you want to keep just one thing, remember it's an indication that the product complies, not a proof. It needs to be addressed with detail in terms of whether achieving it or scrutinizing. And that's the stop for my presentation today. I won't review my last slide. I will just open the floor for discussions and questions if there are any. No questions? Did I flood you? Yes.
So, what do you think needs to be changed in the future, especially when you know, like with the things that we see in the actual process of sanitization and so on, and your alignment with CRA? How do you think that system should be adjusted, or is there an adjustment needed? And you know, like, yeah, what's your take on this?
Okay, that's a good question. So the NLF is currently being considered for a review. To be just to give you everyone an update, because it was originally designed and conceived and put into place for tangible goods. And in digital goods, we have an accelerated life cycle. We have much shorter cycles of iteration in software. We produce and release software much faster. With artificial intelligence, we're probably thinking that we're going to be doing that even much faster. So it's not straightforward that the framework which is designed for physical manufacturing is able to address digital manufacturing at increased rates just as efficiently. And that's why it's currently under review. I don't know exactly in which direction that discussion will land, but it seems that it's necessary to bring some adaptations to the NLF in order to address the variance in the speed that we have between physical manufactured products and digitally manufactured products and services.
Maybe also complementing on this point, the system, as already explained, and then a bit more in detail, Regulation 1025, which describes the whole system, European standardization, and then for the harmonized standards as well, is currently under revision. So I think the outcome is then somehow possible for next year. And everything that needs to be changed, that needs also the reflection of the industry stakeholders in the whole system, was possible for the public consultations of the revision, and is certainly still possible. So this will also frame hopefully a bit of an optimized system, then also reflecting agility and development speed.
I would like to ask a question. Apparently, it's large manufacturers are keen on using harmonized standards to make a declaration of conformity based on self-assessment of their products and the compliance with the harmonized standards. What do you think this is also suitable for smaller manufacturers like SMEs or software product developers?
Yes, it absolutely is. And actually, if I were to say who would benefit the most, SMEs would benefit the most from having harmonized standards, because if you don't have them for the specific EU legislation, which is not just one that your product needs to carry, there are, I think, 16 or 17 of them. And if your product is in scope of that, then you need to have, in most cases, a third-party assessment. So the costs then scale disproportionately unfavorably for an SME than they do for a large manufacturer. The cost factor then becomes a burden. So without the harmonized standards, basically, you kind of choking up the financial proposition for SMEs. And that's why they're essential, actually, for the SME sector in Europe.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a question online from CGM. Are digital CE marks for software expected, and in what form?
So I don't know what they mean exactly by digital CE marks, but I can tell you that for every product, including what is going to be covered by the CRA, software, hardware, and combinations thereof, the CE mark is affixed by the manufacturer. It can be done digitally, it can be made available digitally online. It can be affixed on the packaging. It can be affixed on the product itself if the product has a physical substance. If it has also a physical part. So there's sufficient flexibility right now provided already by the NLF. I'm not aware of any initiative, for instance, to create some kind of digital online registry for CE marks that is at one point of contact. That I'm not aware of anything like that, nor have I heard anyone suggesting that this is necessary because it's a gap in what we currently enjoy by the system.
Just one small addition. This is not the CRA or something, but the digital product passport. So eco design is where that kind of leads into, in my point of view. And this is what I wanted to discuss actually. The question about you see there are a lot of regulations that are changed because of this, because of the focus of the Cyber Resilience Act. You see that a lot of regulations around the Cyber Resilience Act are changed, but the Cyber Resilience Act itself and its core is not touched, which I find very interesting as an observation, because you look at the AI Act, you look at other things, they all get adjusted. So the question here for me is, it's an obvious strategy, but the question for you is do you see that the same way? And what do you think where it's going to head in that in terms of improvement of the NLF, and especially for all of the digital products? Because we know that needs to change, but what?
So for the digital product passport, okay, that's another legislation and initiative that is at the EU level. It's not in the scope of the CRA. How will the DPP, the digital product passport, affect overall the evolution of the CRA and what we do with CE marking and assurance and all that in the future? I don't know. Because it's a different piece of legislation. So you see, it's outside of the framework. The framework exists.
That is so. For eco design, you also have conformity assessment, and that means it's also part of product legislation. So there is something that it all kind of fits together. Just it's not it's there, but that doesn't fit the way that you would expect.
The way I'm trying to explain is the following. We are more, as someone who is involved in the CRA and the AI Act, or you in the digital product passport, or the CRA, we are closer to those topics. But there are, I think, 16 or 17 other union harmonization legislations, and the people who are working in those areas are closer to those topics. So each one of us is going to be biased in how we see the things that we are engaging in, changing the NLF, just as they are likely to be biased. And the point I'm trying to make is that the NLF is a framework, so we can expect that the input from all the people who are engaging in each one of those legislation is going to be inputted into what is going to determine what the next iteration or evolution of the NLF is going to be. And just for me to say today that I think it's going to be that way, it's going to be a biased decision. It's going to be a biased opinion. Yes, there may be things in the digital product passport that, find a way into the NLF in the future. But that would have then to be justified, for example, by to what extent are digital products, a major component of the NLF, that you want to take something which is just in one of the legislations, right, or two or three that the NLF supports and fits under, that you want to make it a part of the framework so that then it goes to all the legislations. Has not been yet determined.
Just to add, I think DPP is definitely then somehow not in the scope of today's discussion, might be in the future. Digital CE marking, all the digital certification schemes is something which is currently discussed also internationally, European-wise, in the context of digital quality infrastructure, where the DPP is a central part of. Just to add this as information, this is then where you find then your information is also for digital certification.
Thank you very much. If it's possible, there is one more on like we are running 15 minutes behind, so I will introduce our next speakers. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I believe if there are any more questions during the lunch break, you will be available to discuss it. Thank you. So next up, we will move on from all the examples of explaining of what the CRA is into concrete examples with special focus on password managers and group managers. We're going to have two speakers, Mr. Daniel Thompson, the CEO of CRA Nebula, and Etsy Rapporteur, leading key standards work under the CRA, joined by Mr. Christian Horret, for the head of the Brussels office of CRA Nebula, information security researchers, policy analysts, and open source advocate. Thank you for the speakers, and the floor is.
Hello, good to be back. Hi, everybody. So, who here uses a browser? Just put your hand up if you, I know it's a prank. Who uses passwords in their daily life? Password? Well, I said passwords first. Okay, password managers. But if you use a browser, you might be using a password manager. Maybe you're not aware, but some of you are using passkeys. You should be. Passkeys are the best. I'm going to talk about those in a minute. I want to introduce how we are building the standards. And the reason why I think this is important for you is even if you're not, okay, who's building a password manager? But I think the lessons that we've learned while writing these standards are also applicable to you when you're putting your products on the market, because we followed a very strict approach for defining the risks and the requirements of securing these products. And I'm going to kind of walk you through what the essential requirements are for products with digital elements, and where these come from. It comes from the annex to the CRA. So part one is talking about the properties of the product, whereas part two talks about the vulnerability handling. You can kind of see this as like the line between before it's on the market and then post-market afterwards. When it's on the market, what do you have to do to make sure it's safe for the market? We're aware that you have to keep products safe for 5 years. Cybersecurity is important here. And the challenge of the risk assessment, in my opinion, we can talk about products all day, but the risk assessment in and of itself is, first and foremost, you can have no known vulnerabilities at the point in time in which you place it on the market, which is kind of clear. It makes sense. But what that really means is you have to be aware that, for example, when the user downloads your password manager, maybe a week or a month have passed until they've actually installed it. And in that time, there might be new vulnerabilities. There probably are new vulnerabilities that have arisen. And so what we're seeing in the development of the requirements for the standards is that when you install that software, it checks to see if there are updates, cybersecurity updates that perhaps address concerns that might have arisen. Being secure by default means that when you place the product in the user's hands, it is as secure as possible. It is up to them to maintain this posture of security, and you have to allow for this because that's how we use products today. That's the state of the art. We give the user rights and responsibilities, and it's up to them to decide, do I update my software or not? I mean, we're expected to provide a method by which the software can update itself automatically, but it's at the end of the day, the user's choice. I mean, I don't always update Chrome instantly. I might have a couple tabs open. I don't want to lose my work. So it's up to me to decide to do that. After a few days, I'll probably do it. But the manufacturer has to give me this option of keeping the software up to date and supporting me in doing that. And there are situations where, for example, you don't want an automatic update deployed to your entire fleet of software if you're in some sort of regulated industry. Perhaps it could lead to downtime. So it should be the operator's decision. And that's, I think, one of the things that we keep on coming back to while we're writing the standard. The manufacturer has to keep it available, keep it secure and available to the user to decide how to then use the product. Access control. What this means is the protection from unauthorized access. I mean, it's a kind of backwards requirement in that the people who are expected to use it should be able to use it and show that they have this ability. With a password manager, it really makes a lot of sense. The confidentiality of data. If it's my password and I'm sharing a device in my family, it's my password. Should my partner have access to that password? Should my child have access to that password? I think that the scope of users' activities, and we'll talk about this a little bit when we get to the actual structure of the standards, but the way in which users use the products also defines the use case. And use case brings about risk situations. And I think that confidentiality and integrity are two of those use cases where it's, or two of those situations, two of those properties that are very important to defining the risk profile of products. I think the one that's most the hardest one to really solve, in my opinion, is the remote data processing. I know it's not here, but it's actually everything. We have the obligation to treat this situation of RDPS. So remote data processing solutions are systems owned and run by the manufacturer that are critical or are important to the critical parts of the product. So, for example, let's say you have a remote database for your password manager that you're running. This database is part of your RDPS, even if it's running on a third-party service provider like AWS. So where is that RDPS here? It's kind of everywhere, right? Like the recording and monitoring, maybe you're doing this recording and monitoring outside of your product. And so as authors of standards, it's really challenging for us to recognize all of the situations where RDPS can happen. But from the perspective of the manufacturer, that's your art, that's your design, that's how you actually build things, right? The way in which you design, develop, and produce a product with digital elements we are still in part one. So who's doing the designing? The manufacturer. And the development is also the manufacturers. And the production? This is again one of those places where we face the challenge of due diligence and the layering of contributions of the components of the product to the ultimate piece. I don't know if you've ever built a secure element. I haven't. If I needed one, I would go out and buy it, and I want to buy a product that has a CE marking when I put my piece together. I think that the layering of multiple components within the ultimate product is, at the end of the day, the responsibility of the manufacturer who places that product on the market. So if we get to the vulnerability handling parts, this is the post-market activity that you're responsible for retaining. You have to identify and document vulnerabilities on an ongoing basis. You might have heard the September 10th. I prefer September 10th to September 11th. I think it's a better date, just when we talk about things. On September 10th or even 12th, you're going to have 24 hours within which, so once you become aware of an actively exploited vulnerability, you have 24 hours to report it. So that means you always have to be aware, you have to be listening, you have to be following this kind of OS intel, you have to stay aware of this. And once you are aware of it, you have to address them and you have to remediate the vulnerabilities. That means you have to deploy updates to your products. And you might, if you've read, who's read the CRA? Good, hey, everybody, amazing. Where technically feasible. You'll see this phrase occur several times in the document, and this means sometimes you can't. So, for example, let's take the hardware chip, the secure element. How do you update that? Maybe you have to replace the whole board. The point is, the manufacturer has to decide how they're going to treat these kinds of situations. There are actual exercises where it leads to the manufacturer having to replace the whole entire product. In the IoT, you're going to see this more often than not. The effective and regular testing and review of the security of the product with digital elements. When does this happen? Well, every time you make a new release that hasn't triggered an entire new draft of your conformity assessment, your declaration of conformity. And this is, I think, one of the newest parts that changes the shape of how the economy of digital products works, and that is when something happens, you're obliged to report it. You're obliged to disclose what has happened and how it's been fixed. And the hope here, and if I can interpret the law a little bit, I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe that what they're trying to do here is to enhance the communication amongst everyone in the community. Instead of you being a little private pillar on your own, you realize that we are a cybersecurity economy that only works if we're all in communication with each other. Again, that's this part of coordinated disclosure. So if my product experiences a problem and your product experiences a problem, and then a security researcher comes to us and discloses this problem to us, then we work together to solve that problem and do this type of coordinated disclosure that's always been a part of the system. You have to have a contact address, which means people can reach you so you can participate in this communication activity. And you have to then, of course, keep on distributing secure updates at no cost to the user. And then you have to make sure that they address basically the concerns that you solved with the security research. This is part one of 3 talks I'm going to give right now, so I'm going to just move ahead. This has been about the 2 annexes that describe the requirements, the essential requirements for your products. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about how we address these in the framework of our standards. So basically, we don't call them chapters, we call them clauses. These are legal documents. They're going to get cited in the journal. And the first 3 clauses are kind of like, get ready. So clause 1 is the scope. This is a link to the standardization request. It's the formal part that explains how you are to understand this document. It probably includes something like a very long, well-formed introduction that all of the experts have agreed upon, that is shaped such that it is incontrovertible. The reason for this is once you understand what you're getting into, then it's easier for you to read along. Then, of course, we also have terminology and references. Actually, I would probably put the references before the terminology, because that's what clause 2 is the references that are normative and informative. The difference between normative and informative references is that if you are able to make a normative reference, that is then included as if it were part of the law that you are then expecting the manufacturer to follow. So you can say, follow this and do whatever it says. If it's informative, it's more about there is this thing and you can use it to help you, but it's not part of the law exactly. And you're going to see this that clause 4 is an informative section. What this does is this introduces the product functions, its architecture. The difference between the 2 of those things should be clear to you, but in a lot of cases with interconnected parts of software and hardware, the architectural features are quite important to understand basically how we understand this product. Then it goes into the operational environment or the environments. You heard that some standards are based on OT over at Sentinelec, and some are based on IT. Those are the ones we're doing at Etsy. And then you have my favorite, and I really love this clause. So clause 4.4, the distribution of security functions. The reason why I love it is because it allows us as standards designers to really get into the way in which different parts of the ecosystem can connect to your product. And let's just take an example of your smartphone. I know my grandfather, when he had one, he didn't have a locking phrase on his cell phone. So he just, opened it up, touched the screen, and it was there. All of the passwords were available to him. So in our discussion about password managers, which we'll get to in a minute, the fact that he used his gesture as presence as enough security for him to unlock his password vault to use in his browser it is really relevant, because what we want to say is we want you to have a master passphrase that unlocks the password vault. In the case of the OEM, the manufacturer of the phone, they have to agree that some people are just going to click the button and that's enough for them. And so the distribution of security functions talks about how it interacts with the rest of the environment in which it exists, also the due diligence that might have to be conducted on certain parts, and in some cases, the RDPSs that are out there. Once we've gotten through all this, then we talk about prototypical users who are going to be using this device under certain operational environments, and then the use cases. It seems like this is, because I said this is all informative, that we could skip right over to the requirements, and it's not quite true. The point of the use cases is very, very, very relevant to the commission, and we've had discussions about this going on for a year now, where the expectation is that you either provide use cases for all of the typical ways in which the product is going to be used. Primarily, for password managers, we have 6, or you create a methodology by which the manufacturer can sort of choose their own adventure. The choose your own adventure part gets kind of iffy because you start to have, conditional requirements, and it's hard to define. What we have with the use cases are very defined users, scenarios, expectations of security, and those allow us to then create what we call risk profiles, which in many of the standards are being accomplished in one of the later annexes. So basically, you have a jump, if you're a software engineer, you have a jump from the use case to the annex that then defines the risk profile that then coordinates with the requirements such that you know as a manufacturer which requirements out of the list you have to follow at which degree of severity. Again, not all products are the same. A password manager is definitely not the same thing as a VPN. They have different requirements, different use cases. It's not a router. It's not a piece of internet equipment. So the variety of approaches here is limited, but we have to do this in order to make things work. Now, requirements and assessments are the way in which we conduct the cybersecurity risk assessment. This is basically, there's a little bit more to it, but this is basically what your risk assessment is. You have requirements that you identify based on the risk that the user or the use case are going to endure, and you structure them, with a normative word, shall. Shall is basically standard ease for must. If you see the word shall, it's not, you have an option, you shall. Otherwise, you are not compliant. So we have to use the word shall, we have a rationale, we have an example or a note to make it more clear what we're asking for. And in some cases, we will add a section about applicability. Many requirements are universally applicable, which means every product in this vertical has to have a secure way to generate a master password. Everybody. Otherwise, you are not a password manager. You don't operate. But there are other levels of security, such as logging when a user adds a device in the enterprise environment. That's not something that every password manager has to be able to do. It just depends on their use case. So once you have this requirement, then you go to the assessment. And the assessment has a link back to the requirement, and it has an objective, what it is that you're supposed to do. This is not exactly a rephrasal of the requirement, but it's more of a description of the required evidence, right? So the way that we're writing these are, you have your objective, then there's things that you have to prepare for, like you have to get a password manager, and maybe you have to have a tool to verify the amount of randomness that goes into it. And then you have the activity of verifying that the randomness of the password manager's generation algorithm is a unique random value and not some stochastic measure. Then you have the assessment of the verdict. It either passes or fails. And then you have the evidence that you have to collect. And I think that the thing that we've learned is failure mode is not exactly always the opposite of a passing mark. There might be other reasons why the assessment fails. Sometimes it's an indicator that your assessment is hiding requirements, which means, you know, during the development process of these standards, that you maybe write another requirement instead of burying requirements inside of the assessment. Then we get to the annexes. Laura briefly introduced the Annex K and Annex R earlier. These are cross verticals that we've been working on. But the Annex A, if you're ETSI, or ZA, if you're Sensenelec, is used to map the essential requirements of the Cyber Resilience Act to the ways in which your standard has mitigated those risks. Annex B is a mapping of assessments and risk factors, and it can be combined with a security analysis. And the point is, as I mentioned earlier, the use case has to map back somehow to the requirements. Annex K, for those of you interested, I'm happy to talk about this over lunch for hours, but this is basically our link to the cryptographic world of the acceptable cryptographic methods, the ACM, I always get that wrong, methodologies, that's published by ENISA, and this is a register of acceptable cryptography to the European community. However, some people like to use extravagant crypto, and it might not be listed in this ACM, so we have a method by which you can add additional cryptography, relevance, importance, especially for manufacturers to be able to do things like use Blake. I don't know. Then we have NXR, which is the description of how remote data processing solutions should be adaptively enhanced to meet the requirements of products that are then using functionality that is also remote. Not going to go into detail right now about that, because I'm going to get into password managers. My third presentation today. How am I doing on time? I think I'm okay. Sorry for rushing, but password managers have a definition. This has been defined by the EU 2025-2392 back in November of last year. You might notice we started writing the standard before we had the final definition, but that's okay because we have European experts that we trust to put together this document together with the European Commission. And I will point out that it's dated already. I would have preferred to use the word secrets. I would have preferred to use also the word pass keys. But what we understand from this definition is that it is included to local password managers as a browser extension, enterprise password managers, hardware-based password managers. You'll notice in all of the definitions, if you do go to this document, there is a list of product types. Well, we use these as our use cases because, I mean, it makes sense. I'm not going to talk about presumption of conformity. Thank you. We already had that talk from Vangelis. I will talk about the scope. So this is our amazing introduction to basically talk about what we're dealing with here. It's very boring. It's very bland. We have definitions. I did include just for your reference because I know you all need to use passkeys. The difference between a passkey and a password, I can just sum it up for you. A passkey is a multi-factor authentication type. You should use it. If you get the option to use it, switch to it. Stop using passwords. We have diagrams that introduce. We have diagrams that introduce the architecture of the main topologies of password managers. In this case, we have the user interface layer. We have an authentication module. We have the cryptographic engine, and we have the vault storage layer. It's quite simple stuff, and I want to remind people, I did get this feedback from the open source community at one point. How can you put a diagram in? How can you put an architectural diagram in your standard? Does that mean we all have to do this? No. This is an informative section, and these standards are optional. You can do whatever you want. You can create your own cryptography if you can find a conformity assessment body that will then assess that, because they won't, but you can try. They won't. No, they won't. Then we have the IPRFU. This is my favorite word of the entire universe of standards: intended purpose and reasonably foreseeable use. That's what clause 4 is really about. It's about helping the manufacturer decide, am I building a password manager, or is this a browser that has a password manager? What would you do then? I mean, if you have a browser that includes a password manager, does the browser standard include how to secure a password manager? Fun fact, I know for a fact it doesn't. So what do you do then as a browser manufacturer if you decide to include a password manager? Chromium, for example, does not have a password manager. Everybody builds on top of it. So you could then come and use the password manager standard to collect evidence to show that you have stabilized the password manager part of your browser. But the thing is, are people going to use browsers to store passwords? Right, they are. And I think that one of the challenges that the entire community is going to face is, and this is something for you to think about as MDIA, how do I know what type of product I have? Chances are it's a default type. Chances are none of this matters to you in specifica. The structure is something I encourage you to reuse. Like, read a standard and figure out how we did it, and then use that to collect your evidence of compliance for your product. So again, we have the use cases I mentioned before. These are the 6 use cases that we are addressing in our standard, the local password manager. This means it's just installed on your computer. There's no cloud involved at all. Then we have a password manager application with remote-based resources, because we didn't want to say cloud. It could be a hard drive on your home server, in your home lab, or it could also be at AWS. The hybrid local and cloud synchronized means you have a local device and a local app, and maybe you've got a phone and a desktop, and they connect to each other or something. That's a very common state-of-the-art use case. Browser extensions are also very common, so that the application also has a browser extension. So hey, how about that? You actually now, if you fulfill 2 use cases here, you have to make sure that you meet the requirements for both use cases if your product offers both these parts. And then if it's an enterprise password manager, well, you have to do the same thing. Enterprise password managers are the ones that we rate as having critical risks more often than the other types. But then we also have the hardware-based password manager, which might be something like a YubiKey, if you have one of those. Then, as explained before, we go into the requirements. No known exploitable vulnerabilities. This is actually outdated already. I'm sorry about that. We're not citing 40,001-3 anymore, so don't get your hopes up. But what we do have are a couple of normal level risks that we identify. And then I believe in the assessments, this is the reference. So the product shall be tested for known exploitable vulnerabilities to demonstrate that each has been mitigated or is not an actual exploitable vulnerability in the product context. Why so verbose, Dan? We have decided, in our infinite wisdom as a task force in the password manager department, that not all exploitable vulnerabilities matter to us. They only matter to the data that is listed as this in our assets list in Annex B1. If it's not in that annex list, it doesn't matter to us. It is not an exploitable vulnerability that can touch us in any way that matters to this problem. So that's why we have this long list. I'm sorry that it's so small. Maybe you can zoom in and read it. But at the end of the day, and I know that it's a challenge to register all of the known vulnerabilities. Like if anyone here is involved in mitigating risks for products that are live on the market, like you wake up every day. Now there's mini shal, halud, shai, halud. that's out there, and they're arguing for the biggest blast radius. The requirement here expects you to address the things you find and document them. It's basically a type of policy insurance that bridges Annex 1 and Annex 2. So speaking of Annex B, or in our draft, we have the assets, the functions, the use case, impact analysis. That's how we were able to align risk levels to the various use cases. The security profiles, we call them normal, high, and critical. And here is an example of the impact category and the justification for how we reach the security profile based on the types of data that is addressed with these risks. I promised to talk a little bit about Annex K. I've already mentioned it a few times. I think that the biggest takeaway for you here that we're dealing with, that we're contending with, is that you have to be prepared for the apocalypse of post-quantum cryptography. It's coming sooner or later. And if you believe Google, I don't know, I used to Google a lot, but if you believe what they're saying, 2029 is now the new day of cryptographic Armageddon. And I want to just, before I close out, do a little bit of math with you here. You have to keep your product secure for 5 years, beginning on December 12th, 2027. 11. Beginning in December of 2027. 5 years from 2027 puts us at something like 31, 32. I don't know. My math isn't great, but I can tell you that 29 year lands right in the middle. One way, and again, this is like my giving advice without being your legal guardian or anything. One way that you can address this is to make sure that your risk assessment includes the expectation of a transit to post-quantum cryptography. If you include it in your initial risk assessment, it's not a new risk. If you introduce new risks to your product, you have to go through the entire declaration of conformity process all over again. Maybe you don't have to do all the work, but you do have to reissue it. And then that product has to keep its documentation for 10 more years. I mentioned additional cryptography. Again, this is just something that we have to do for password managers because the ACM, we're using this from 2025. And if anybody out there is from the ACM group listening, hi, we love you. Please publish your draft quickly so we can include it in our final drafts. And as a nod to our friend Mohammed, we've been working together to help people understand RDPS. I'm out of time, but the RDPS problem suggests that functions that you have requirements that help you mitigate the risk introduce new risks when you use remote data processing. And the RDPS requirements show that you're just required to additionally protect endpoint, outpoint, endpoints, and potentially storage, if that's not part of your solution already. Here's a bunch of references for you. I really recommend looking up 1-3. I think that that's a very, very important piece of legislation from our friends at Sensenelec. And actually, these references are leaving, so you'll never see them again in my draft. There's some QR codes for you to follow along, and I think there's not much time left, but thank you.
Go to the next speaker and maybe have questions.
I have 2 minutes, is that right?
No, you have
We have 15. We are slightly delayed, but we will.
Yeah, hello. I'm talking about food managers. Just as a little bit of an introduction to that specific vertical, what makes it so different. So most of the standards touch products that are put on the market, and they have like manufacturers and market mechanisms by food managers are so far different that they, although they are contained in every piece of hardware, they are not necessarily as a product put on the market as such. Why? Because either it's open source, so it falls out of the CRA, other than the open source provisions, or it is part of something that the manufacturer of a device already has, and so it doesn't get onto the market as such. However, for the overall understanding of the CRA, it is actually not stupid to look at the supply chain standards, this is how I call them, and what they have to provide. Because other than the product standards, they take a product and then do the conformity assessment along these lines. The supply chain standards, they have a little bit of a different mean, because they need to offer capabilities to everything that integrates them. This is just as a little intro. What I'm talking about is a little bit the ins and outs of the standard. I have to go through it a little bit quicker. So why do they matter? They are essentially, if they are compromised, your system or like your device is compromised, and from there it's very easy for an attacker to like move lateral into your infrastructure or whatever they want to attack. And the examples that we have here, they are all examples with very heavy like impact, because some of them made it possible to extract keys, others to just change the execution of a device. So that means all of these type of experts, and also because it is like below the level where the user actually has visibility into what happens, that piece of technology is kind of crucial in order to really have what we call like a cyber resilient technology stack. The way how to implement it is just as a short like kind of a reminder that how that's built. So you have the regulation itself, then you have the description of the important and critical products, and you have the sanitization requests in order to connect these and make the harmonized standards out of it. We talked a lot about the conformity assessment part. I take this as an example for how that's actually, how you can conceptualize it. So you have the default category, something that has no category, or it's open source until important class 2. That allows you to do self-assessment. Everything else has something that it aligns to. If you have an important class 1 and you follow the standard, you can also self-assess. But as soon as you don't follow the standard, you have to go through a third party. And everything below or like above important class 1 has that connection to a more certain conformity assessment, and the more critical it gets, the more the procedures are tightened. So if you have a critical product, you have to have conformity assessment, you have to use certain schemes. So that is like how that kind of works, so that you have from this is self-assessed to this is a hard third-party assessment of your whole product. And I also wanted to add some numbers, because it is like maybe not very clear to people what is actually happening. So I started with my stuff 371 days ago. The 14 contributors are only the contributors that actually contributed directly to the standard. It doesn't include law and like all of my other peers that are also rapporteurs, because we also exchange what Daniel already said, that we like kind of share our insights, that we share what we prepared and so on. So these are just the people who do that. So you can multiply that by 50, and you get an idea of what the actual effort is that is going into just an Etsy, for these standards. Then you have also Zendelenec with like a similar part, and this is like, again, this is my standard. This is this standard alone. Get an idea, it's a lot of work. We still have weekly meetings, so we are at number 33. So when we are done in October, we are around 50 meetings, 2 hours per week, plus the extra meetings. Again, you get an idea, it's there, but what is actually in there. What we addressed is like 59 threats. These are all threats to either hardware in general, or actually the hardware the boot manager plays a role, or the boot manager can be used for the components. The structure is very similar to what Daniel said. The parts that are most important for the manufacturers are actually clause 5, clause 6, because they are normative. That means these are the parts when they use that standard for self-assessment. This is what they have to look for. The other part is Annex K. That's also normative. That means the cryptographic part in the boot managers are constructed like that. What's a little bit different to other standards, that we have a normative part to NIST SP 800 193. That is because that very many device manufacturers use this and use Malta embed in order to kind of build their stuff and use that as the threat model that comes from there. So what we did was just a mapping so that someone who follows NIST, that NIST standard, has it much easier to actually translate that into what the requirements for the boot manager standard are. The scope is relatively broad. And we also included MCUs and MPU parts of where the boot manager plays a role. But at the end, if you sell an MCU or MPU, this is where you need to use the standard. You cannot use the boot manager standard to get presumption of conformity for an MCU or MPU. That's only the part where you, for example, provide this for a manufacturer to fuse or for OTP. We do not have a lot of strong requirements for runtime, for the simple reason that this is not necessarily something that the boot manager itself manages on its own. It is normally something that comes from a higher level vertical. We have 3 different boot architectures. In general, they do not matter that much. In the beginning, they mattered, a lot. Now they don't do anymore, because the idea here is to say, okay, we have 3 different major types of where it matters in boot. One is unverified, so that means there's only like checksum. Then there is verified boot. That means you have verification of your process, and then you have measured boot, which measures enables you to have a remote attestation. What we have in general, or what we changed over the last year, was in the beginning, as I said, it was all about the architecture. Now it is about the capabilities much more. So the point here is that it's probably better to start with the risk factors or the use cases, for the simple reason that this is what really fundamentally changed. What we said, okay, when you have immutable boot manager, so something that is tied to hardware, you cannot get anything else than low code. Why? Because you cannot update, so there is a certain risk that you cannot mitigate. On the other hand, immutability is also a security function. If someone cannot change, they cannot exploit it, not necessarily. So that is a part where we started to distinguish between something is immutable, something has support for the verification, and high is just the support for hardware, the hardware part of it. So that is a lot more coherent, because now you can, and this is like the thing where, to come back to the capabilities, where it makes a lot more sense how they are composed. So that means everything that is tied to risk is all about the base. How do you deal with verification, with or without hardware backing? And everything else is a capability that your boot manager provides. And when it provides capability, there is a requirement in order to mitigate the risks that come with that requirement. So that makes it a little bit more clean than it was in the beginning. In the beginning, we did straight up architecture and then like, you know, a requirement for each like kind of capability. Now it is more aligned to how a manufacturer would actually construct, you know, a product that is risk management, adds capabilities, and then at the end goes to the performance. And one thing that we changed relatively late, that is the last part, key provision. So at the beginning, it was not entirely clear how to do the metric. But now, since we have a much clearer model where you say, okay, that is a bottom-up approach. That means the key provisioning is something that the boot manager offers as a boot manager, but it does not mandate anybody above what they do with it. So they either allow the user straight up to do the key provisioning, or some say, no, we don't. We just lock it down. For us, we don't decide about this. That is all in the manufacturer's decision. And this is like a part where you start to realize if you work on this. A lot of it is all about there are certain guardrails, but you do not tell people how to do certain things. You just explain what opportunities they have that are within the range that we consider secure. And the boot manager standard, it was very, very like much more distinct than it is in such of the some of the others. What is difficult for a manufacturer is to understand what the operational environment of boot managers are, because it is a supply chain vertical. So that means everything that is the integration depends on what the product is that it's integrated and in what environment it runs. A boot manager manufacturer cannot necessarily know this. However, there is a way to express it. So you can express as a manager, as a boot manager manufacturer, oh, that is meant with that lifecycle expectation, with that control, with that environment, and so on. So this is why we put it in there, but they are not very strong requirements that come from this, for the simple reason that that is environment. So, you know, they are just either you have to name them all, or you just leave them out and leave it to the manufacturer and to the component. As it's not so important, the threads, so they are in 6 groups. And as I said, we have like quite a number of mappings that we use there. So not just NIST, but also MITRE, KPEC, and the CWE firmware stuff, plus all of the CVEs that we could figure that exist in that regard, that address exploits against boot manager or anything that process touches. We have also changed the risk factors, because in the beginning, the risk factors were a calculation that then calculated the risk. Now we do that differently with the use cases. So the use case defines the risk, and the risk factor is only the part that influences the or how the deployment actually changes the risk for a product. A little bit more like expressive than the part that we did before. So that means like it's all about the attack, you know, sort of the risks that come with deployment factors. The requirements are structured like all of the others, pretty much like the CRA itself is structured. The problem that we have a little bit is, you know, if you have a requirement, is that, I don't know, is that secure by default, or is that confidentiality protection, and so on. So that led also a little bit to things that you have similar requirements in different categories that are like, and now we find that also because, you know, like also why we want to have many people looking at standards, that they realize, oh, they're actually the same requirement when you just change the wording a little bit, make it one. It's much more stuff like this. So this is like why a couple of these approaches are also difficult in detail, but because you do not have 100 requirements in your mind the whole time. This is how they are constructed in the boot manager. So every requirement has an explicit applicability that either applies to all of the boot managers or with boot managers that have a capability or that are in a certain risk context. That is what everybody already explained. That is also what everybody explained. I can go over it. The only difference that we have here a little bit is, so security analysis is actually one of the centerpieces of that whole standard because it has a very extensive threat modeling and the explanation of all of the risks that are addressed in that standard. And I think, yes, this is like the questions that you have to answer if you are a manufacturer and you want to put a boot manager on the market. It is always a question, is it actually in scope? And you will very often see, oh, it's open source. But there is an idea like how do you go through that thing that you get, like on one hand that you understand what your product actually is, describe the capabilities and go through all of the things that are important for this. I think that that's the timeline. We are now at mature draft 1.1, and I hope to get that done over the next week. I think that's it. Question? It's like we have addressed all of the HAS comments. We still need some section 6 things and Annex E. That is physical attacks. And Annex G that the Commission wants to have, that is like the guidelines on the implementation. I hope that I get that done, that you guys started with it, but it is a lot. I think that is that. Thank you very much, and sorry for like rushing through that much more than I actually intended.
Thank you very much. We have a really short comment, and then we will move on to the next one.
Because it was mentioned what kind of tremendous work and coordination work the role of the rapporteurs could take. Just wanted to emphasize to all rapporteurs, it's really a massive work. We're so happy to have these people on board. Very helpful in pushing all the things towards the right timelines of CRA. So I know sometimes how much commitment it needs, motivation, and sometimes frustrating. Thank you very much. You're a core element of the whole development process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we will have questions over lunch, if that's all right, and we can move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will do a really short introduction. The next session will focus on the national standardization bodies and their roles in the CRA. Please welcome Mr. George Kutayar, the Director General of the Standard and Metrology Institute within the Malta Competition and Consumer Affairs Authority.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good to see some colleagues, ex-colleagues of mine. Yes, first of all, I am pleased to meet some technical committee members of ETSI. I will be providing you with some information that MCCAA, which is the national standards body in Malta, is doing regarding standardization at European level and also at international level. I will go through, this should have been a little bit before the previous session, but let's take a step back and we will see actually what is a standard, why we are using standards, who publishes these standards, and eventually how MCCAA can enable you, the industry, to participate, which is, I think, this would be the conclusion of this session, to participate in such standards. So, first of all, when we talk about standards, especially those European standards, EN standards and ISO standards, international standards, we are talking about technical documents that have been that set out specifications and guidelines on how to do something, how to manufacture a product, how to test a product, how to validate a product, and product meaning also not just hardware, but also software and services. The beautiful thing about these standards is that, first of all, they are consensus built. We have experts from around Europe, around the world that draft these standards. And these standards are eventually published if there is complete consensus throughout the whole process. As also mentioned in the previous session, standards are voluntary, meaning that we are not talking about regulations, about national regulations or about European regulations. We are talking about standards that enable the industry to show compliance, to show presumption of conformity. I will go into that later on with the regulations. So, as I said, they are created by manufacturers, by consumers, and also by regulators. They are also based on science. When we talk about standards, when we talk about these documents, when they are being drafted, etc., they are based on results of science, technology, and most importantly, experience in this field. So we have the principle of consensus, openness, transparency, and at the end, we, as Malta, we vote on each standard. We vote on each standard that is being published. Why do we use standards? So basically, they facilitate trade. If you are manufacturing a product, if you are producing a software, and it has to go, it has to be marketed in the European, at least, region, it has to be, there has to be no trade, no barriers to your product, no barriers. You can sell your product anywhere in the EU. That is guaranteed only by using standards. So provides manufacturers the presumption of legal conformity, and it protects consumers through consistent safety and quality requirements. I will later on show you how these standards eventually support EU directives and regulations. In this case, we are talking about the CRA. So, as mentioned before, the CRA contains a set of essential requirements, which these standards support and help manufacturers comply with these essential requirements. So, who publishes standards? I have already seen some logos of Sen, Senelec, and Betsy. Basically, these are 3 European standards organizations that publish these standards in the field of, when it comes to Sen, all non-electrotechnical standards, if I can say so, any products, etc., etc. Those standards are developed by Sen. Then we have Senelec, which publishes standards, electrotechnical standards, and we have ETSI that publishes standards that are related to telecommunications and basically IT, ICT. So all these standards as a characteristics, these documents, they are identified by a prefix. We refer to them as EN standards, For example, we have EN ISO IEC 27001. That means, why ISO IEC 27001? That means that 27001 as a standard was first published at international level by an ISO technical committee that was joined with IEC, with another international standards organization. And then Europe would then adopt such international standards, and then we use the prefix EN. There are some standards that are, with regards to European standards, EN standards, Malta is obliged to adopt them on a national level. And that is the role of MCCAA. So MCCAA follows developments in such standards and adopts them in a national level. Why adopting it in a national level? At court, if there is doubt on what was the best practice used, the court would first go to a nationally recognized standard. So if there is a best practice that is supported by an EN standard, court would go to that, would make reference to that standard, especially harmonized standards. So once again, some information on ISO IEC and at international level. This is something, I mean, for your information. European Standards Organization can work hand in hand with international organizations like ISO and IEC. And through certain agreements, we call them the Vienna Agreement, where there is an EN standard with an ISO standard and an electrotechnical standard with an IEC standard. In that case, as I said, how are standards developed? So we have seen EN 304, if I'm not mistaken. So all standards has to go through through these key stages of the process. So we have a new work item. So there is a proposal from a country, and I wish that Malta would have a first proposal for a standard. Actually, we had one on gaming, reporting for online gaming, but someone else was first, unfortunately. But with regards to proposals, then there will be certain countries that would propose a standard. The industry can propose a standard. Manufacturers can propose a standard. Software developers can propose a standard. The EU Commission can propose a standard. The EU Commission, which eventually that standard would end up being harmonized. But anyway, so we have a working draft where technical committee, people like our technical experts would draft these standards, draft the text of this standard, and eventually propose it as for public inquiry. Meaning that all draft standards are placed for public inquiry, meaning that you can participate in the standardization work. You can participate to develop these standards. The local industry, the Maltese industry, can participate in developing standards. Then the standard, after it has been drafted, it goes to public inquiry. So each draft standard is placed in front of the public, in front of the consumers, in front of the civil society, in front of NGOs, and they would give us comments as MCCAA to vote on these draft standards. Eventually, these standards are published by ETSI, for example, are published by CEN, and are published by CENELEC. MCCAA places a number of standards every month that are during drafting stage. So if you want to participate in or giving feedback to certain standards, you can contact MCCAA later on. I can show you how I would use the word to shape these standards, Okay? So, technical committee tasks. These are the tasks of our friends, national experts nominated by MCCAA. So you can contact MCCAA, and we can assign you to this technical committee. We can join you to this technical committee. I really emphasize this fact. In these technical committees, you meet what I call beautiful people, what I call beautiful minds in these technical committees. That you can have access to large libraries of information, of papers, of scientific data that is used during the drafting of these standards. I really do encourage you to join some of these technical committees. So you can also be involved in drafting and also in voting. The public inquiry stage, where each standard is submitted to all member states of the European Union, and each member state has to vote on these and give feedback on these standards. And final voting. So there are two key voting stages for a standard. Sometimes at final voting, you cannot change the standard. You will leave people, the technical expert wouldn't like it that at final stage you have some feedback. So we usually do promote the public inquiry stage for giving feedback to shape a standard. These are, I want to give you some information on two technical committees, one at European level, Sensenelec JTC3, which has two working groups on product security. So this working group develops standards on product security encompassing both products and requirements and process requirements. And also there is a working group 9, which is a special working group on the Cyber Resilience Act. I would be interested in this working group, especially with the upcoming requirements of the CRA. Secondly, at international level, we have ISO IAC at technical at JTC subcommittee 27. Subcommittee 27. This is free to join. You can join freely to this committee. Okay. There are various working groups which might interest you, such as Working Group 1, which has developed the 27001 information security management systems. Then we have the cryptography and security mechanisms, security evaluations, testing and specifications, etc., etc. So these are working groups at international level, of which Malta has already some representatives, I might say, in this working group that are shaping these standards. Our role as MCCAA, because I know there is lunch after, so as I said, transposition of all European and international standards, no, all European standards, I correct myself, and some international standards. We have this transposition, we give them a national weighting, and you can contact us to participate in these technical committees. We have also what we call, we can set up a mirror technical committee which follows such international technical committees. And we can also develop homegrown standards in Malta. Okay? So if there is any association of software developers, of product manufacturers, maybe that are in this field, in the cybersecurity field, they can potentially ask MCCAA to develop a national standard. As I said, it is not a regulation, but it is a best practice that it is good to have in. Who can participate in standardization? As I said, local industry, from manufacturers to service providers. This is also, the second point is also very important. When you gain access to technical committees, you gain access to early knowledge. What is going on? What is going on in this field? So that is very important, especially with today's competition in this field. You can influence technical specifications. You can influence using your internal methods, your technology, etc., and ensure that your products comply from day one, no late surprises. So regulators like MDIA can participate in such standardization works, and also, which is the last part where it comes to civil participation of civil society and NGOs, it's very much emphasized that like consumers and other NGOs participate in such standardization work. Harmonized standards, harmonized standards. These are, let's say, I would say, I don't know what is the good word, a glorified standard, but what does that mean, harmonized standard? When the European Commission is developing a regulation, the Commission would ask the European Standards Organization to develop standards that support that regulation, like in this case, what we call standardization request. So the Commission would ask would ask Senelec, I am going to publish a new regulation. I need these standards in the field. So publish, create, develop these standards. When these standards are published, okay, and referenced in what we call the official journal, okay, then they are called harmonized standards. Why? Why do we use harmonized standards? Previously, it was mentioned in the previous session. If I am a manufacturer, I can opt to manufacture, design my product to comply directly with the regulation, which is impossible. But I can. I have that leeway. I have my own technology, and I want to show that my technology is complying directly with the CRA, in this case, with the regulation. However, if I am a wiser manufacturer, I can use a standard, I can use a harmonized standard in order and automatically to show that I am complying already with the regulation. So standards still remain voluntary. It's up to you to use them or not. However, if you use harmonized standards, automatically it shows that you are conforming with the regulation if you are using a harmonized standard. Then, unfortunately, I did not place it in, but it was mentioned. Sometimes it is you can use harmonized standards and self-claim that you are complying, but in certain cases, and I think in critical cases, correct me if I am wrong, you need what is called a conformity assessment body. You need, as a manufacturer or service provider, you need to bring in a third party to certify you that you are using that standard and you are meeting the essential requirements of the regulation. So sometimes it is a self-claim, but when the regulation would say you need a notified body, you need a conformity assessment body, then you need to bring in a third party to check your system. Essentially, the standards still remain voluntary. Some notes on the CRA, I believe this has been already covered when it becomes applicable, etc., etc. A lot of standards, I think, in the pipeline. I know that the Commission is pushing a lot on time frames. I don't want to be in your shoes in here, but especially when standards take some time to to be developed. Essentially, we have the CE mark. As we know, the CE marking is now expanding. Usually, it was about product safety, the CE mark. Now, the CE mark is expanding to, for example, environmental claims, expanding to consumers, expanding to at the digital product passport, which is something that is being so the CE mark would mean a wider compliance to a wide range of standards. I placed some technical committees that you might be interested in. These are technical committees at the various Sensenelec or ETSI or Senelec. More standards. These have been published. I think you were not this one. All right. Get involved. How to contact MCCAA. So in certain areas we have what are called mirror committees, where there are a group of local experts that are following standardization work. I do encourage you to join these mirror committees. Participation is free. And basically it would require some of your time commitment. Okay. Become a technical expert, a TC expert, nominates can in certain in various technical committees at European international level. We can nominate you as technical experts, and we can also keep you informed of which standards are at public inquiry stage. I don't know, you were mentioning a draft. Is it a public inquiry? The previous draft.
They have been in public inquiry for.
Okay. So potentially that standard will be also part of our list for public inquiry, and propose a national standard. In Malta, we have a number of national standards that were developed, let's say, homegrown. I mentioned the one for the Maltese language keyboard, the Maltese characters keyboard, and we have other homegrown standards that have been developed. Thank you very much. One last word. I do encourage you to contact us and join standardization. It is not just about shaping the standard at the end, but it shapes the legislation. If you cannot go through the door to influence legislation, you can go through the window to influence standards. So, thank you very much.
One of the projects which has co-organized this event. And so CyberStand is it's called CSA project, which means it coordinates other projects which are funded to look at the cyber resilience and compile this as a. You can see our partners within the consortium are pretty strong. So we have ETSI and Sensenelec.
I think because we invited them for the Japan for sure. I think also the Taiwan as well. Yeah.
And we have the Digital SME Alliance as well. To the SME community. We do lots of different things, and mainly to raise awareness around the Cyber Resilience Act. So we monitor what's happening in different countries, which countries have got national guidance documents. For example, we do a lot of outreach activities like this type of workshop today. But the main thing that we do is we provide funding for the standards development. So we had at the beginning of the project €1.5 million to distribute to people who were interested in engaging and working within the technical committees and working groups. And that was over a year ago now. We've managed to fund a lot of different people, in particular from SMEs, which is something we're quite proud of. And the people have then worked and contributed to developing both the horizontal and the vertical standards. There's still funding available, and we're going to be having a new open call opening shortly, where this will be quite a restricted call, actually, where we're really focusing on the last remaining elements of the real priority areas of standards development. So the other thing that the project does is, as I said, is we coordinate other projects funded through the Cyber Resilience Act. And there's a number of
Thank
other...
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So there are a number of different calls funded by the Commission to address the Act, from legislation, so devising certification and tools around the legislation, to the main projects in the middle, which is developing tools and methodologies and training. So these are all resources and tools which are designed specifically for small and medium enterprises. So events like today, we try to bring them all together. So there's a number of people who are here in the room who'll be presenting, and then people online across Europe as well who'll be presenting. Now, there is actually an important project here called Secure, which have 60 million euro available in open calls for SMEs to comply to the Cyber Resilience Act. So you can actually apply for funding to carry out activities to ensure your company complies. And you can also apply and say that you're going to use some of the tools and methodologies which these projects are providing as well. So there's basically a lot of impetus for companies across Europe to take up the funding which is available and use the resources which are also available. So, as I said, the workshops we organise with Etsy and Sensenelec and the Stanford CR project, and they've been a real success. The Commission is extremely pleased with these workshops we're doing, because we're going around different countries, and a lot of the events that we do are in the local language as well, which has been important. So the next event we have is in Bucharest, then we go to Lisbon, and then Bonn in September. And then if you're coming to Brussels on the 18th of November, then we'll have a larger Cyber Resilience Act event as well. So I think there's around over 500 people have attended these events to date. So enough of me. I'd like to, these are the different projects that we'll be presenting. They'll each give like an overview of the tools that they're developing and how they're supporting SMEs to comply to the Cyber Resilience Act. So the first person I'd like to call up is Pajak. Here you go. There's a microphone.
Yeah, perfect. Cheers. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Frederick. I am one of the partners or coordinators, not coordinators, but beneficiaries from the OSCARD. I come from Unisys. We're from Estonia. The OSCAR project is an open source tool for CRA compliance. We have heard, I don't know, the previous sessions, most probably, if you have gotten confused or a bit lost with all these technical details, implementations, requirements, and what you need to do is what OSCAR does, it simplifies it. So we are specializing to simplify the CRA requirements and compliance for SMEs, small medium-sized businesses, that you will get all these checks. The consortium is from Estonia, Bulgaria, Romania, 2 partners from Romania, Poland, and coordinators are from Sicily, Italy. What we have achieved in past months or year and a half is we created the tool capabilities to do checklist automation. So first, if you are not aware, every product with a digital element needs to meet certain requirements. We already heard. And if it is probably important, then you need to make sure you do separate or more critical or more specific. If you have to do a self-assessment, you can also do the self-assessment here, or you can do for the important product with element, and then you can share all these findings in there or the CAP or the notified bodies. One thing that is very specific for Oscar that I want to emphasize here is CRA, it is for the product with a digital element. However, CRA does have a requirement that you have particular 360 visual overview of your product or of your version, okay? So if you have a product, one product, but has 10 versions on the market, on the European market, you have to have 10 processes: vulnerability management, risk assessment, incident management, and you have to have 10 conformity assessments for that product. If it's a self-assessment or if it's a CAT site, okay? So this is what the Oscar provides you. So we provide 360 overview of the product version, not of the product itself, but of the product version. So we have a checklist automation. You do the checklist, you provide all your input, honest, of course, don't lie the system. And then if you system asks you, you comply or not comply, or you almost, and so on, automatically creates tasks for you. So then you will start. Then we provided an ASBOM solution. So the entire project, all the libraries inside the projects are open source libraries. So it's everything going to be available online. ASBOM solution, you can upload the repo, or you can connect the repo from GitHub, GitLab, and then any other repository solutions. And then you can generate ASP.exe or Cyclone DX reports. From that, you can do the scan, which we also use another open source solution for that, and it will generate you a full vulnerability management of that product version. Very important. Then you will have availability on that product version. You can have, if it's a critical, medium, high, medium, low, then you can create a task, and then with the task, your team or a person who is assigned that you will have to mitigate, or you will have to fix or provide patches to that vulnerability. Now, products or product with a digital element can have, and also CRA requirements, as we already heard, you have to have incident response. So we provide to have incident response for particular version. So you can have incident for this version, you can have for this product, you can have different versions, and you can have multiple incidents for that. But the product for the incident is per version. Of course, then we have a documentation hub, two different types of documentation. One organizational, which is policies, processes, procedures. And then you can also have specific documents which can be private or public for that version. You are obliged, if sometimes like some of the vulnerabilities or the risk or incident that needs to be publicly available out there. With the documentation hub, you can make that, and you can share it, or you can share, you can give a list, or you can share it with your vendors and your customers. Then we have a risk management. Again, risk management is for the version, not for the product. Very important. And you can have all the mitigations, treatment, management according ISO standard. Another thing we did, so this was actually one of the main pillars, and then we didn't manage to do the vulnerability reporting due to the NISA being late with the vulnerability management report. They said it's going to be end by September, hopefully, but unfortunately the project is going to finish by end of September, so we're not going to be able to do it. So hence, we have added another feature that is the configurational management. What does it do, the configurational management? Software, server, hardware, whatever it is. You will have, you can scan it with OpenScan, with the benchmarks rules. You can get a report uploaded to the platform, and then you will have all the criticalities and all the severities that are misconfigured in your product. But that version, again, I have to specify, it's for the version. Okay. And then, of course, you will create automatical tasks that critical, high, medium, and low. You have time obligations to mitigate them or to fix them before the product goes to the market. And then last but not least, we do have a lot of awareness training materials, workshops and everything. This is not provided in the tool itself, but rather through our website, which is oscar.eu. However, the tool remembers, and so if you have in organization 10 users, it gives like 10 times tasks for users each year that have to do the trainings and provides the link to that. So it just kind of gives them a notification. Hey guys, lovely, but things can be forgotten. You will need to do it another test, okay? You need to do another training. And all this is visible with audit logs. Whatever changes you have done, it's audited, audit logs, who did what and everything. And then you can provide all these requirements, all these details, all the evidence and everything that you have for the version, for the product version, to the CAP, to any notified body access. And they can only have a view, or they can only comment, provide you comment. And also for the self-assessment, you can also generate a self-assessment report, conformity assessment. And yeah, we kind of spent lots of time on making it user-friendly. So we made it for people who are not that technical, people who are not knowledgeable about legislations, about cybersecurity, documentation, about incident, about anything that is out there. So we made it simple and easy for everyone to be able to use it. And the best part is it can be self-hosted, it can be a SaaS tool available, and also all the endpoints that I just mentioned, they have an API, REST API availability. So if you want to integrate it with other tools that you have inside internally, you can also do that as well. Cool, thank you very much.
It's interesting joining us register for the test. I know we're working on, we just saw this morning, yeah. They are working on. URL work though? This work URL work? Yes, yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, Petrag, and he's around obviously, so you can ask any questions. Do grab him. Now I'm going to call online for Eleni Saralidou from the Nero project.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Eleni.
Hello. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much for having me today. So I can start with my presentation. My name is Eleni Saralidou. I'm a project manager in Trastilio. Trastilio is the coordinator of the Nero project. Now, what is Nero? With a few words, it's a project specifically designed to address the cybersecurity challenges faced by small and medium enterprises. They often struggle to adopt adequate cybersecurity measures due to limited budgets, expertise, resources. So what Nero offers actually is this advanced cybersecurity awareness ecosystem, which provides resources through a user-friendly marketplace, which includes a collection of tools, of trainings, of materials. Next slide, please. In this project, we are a consortium of 16 partners from 9 European countries. The next slide, please. So you can see here the Nero ecosystem actually consists of 5 interrelated frameworks provisioned to offer a cybersecurity awareness program. So each framework includes a set of tools, which are actually the tools that our partners provide and are available to our marketplace for you to explore and use. Next slide. In this slide, you can see the QR code I have included for our marketplace and our website. Please feel free to access it and explore it. So what is Nero Marketplace? It's actually a platform designed to integrate and showcase this variety of cybersecurity tools and resources that we provide in the Nero project. It provides SMEs with easy access to up-to-date solutions, enable them to explore, select, implement the tools that meet their specific needs. So please feel free, go ahead, explore our marketplace and see all the solutions that we offer. Next one, please. Additionally, in the marketplace, you will see that we have this selection filters, selection criteria, and a decision support wizard. It is included, and this uses a rule-based logic that helps non-professional users to identify the right tools for them. So we have additional features that we try to help with these features people that are not cybersecurity professionals in order for them to find the right tools that they need for their business. Next one, please. Additionally, in this slide, I include the QR code and the link for our training platform. We have relative trainings that are connected with the tools that we provide in the marketplace, and of course, feel free to explore our training platform as well. You need to know that you need to sign up to our website, to the Nero Cybersecurity website, in order to have access to the Moodle training platform that we include all the trainings that we have for the tools that we offer in the marketplace. Next one, please. Additionally, we are fully aligned in Nero with the European skills standards by offering 20 plus training modules that map learning outcomes directly to the 12 European cybersecurity skills framework profiles. Additionally, we have gamifying mechanisms, we have cyber ranges. Nero provides these practical working life skills needed for SME staff to perform mandatory conformity assessments under the CRA. Also, with realistic domain-specific scenarios, learners can practice decision-making in compliance with EU regulations. Next one, please. In this slide, I have included the 3 different sectors that we have in the Nero project, is the healthcare, transportation, and finance. As you can see, through these use cases, we have validated the entire set of Nero tools that are offered through our marketplace. Next one, please. Which are the benefits now for the SMEs? We provide, as I told you, the SMEs with up-to-date cybersecurity solutions without requiring high-level knowledge from the user side. So non-technical users can find and select solutions that are adequate for the specific purpose they need them. And additionally, the training opportunities that we offer make it easier for users to get familiar and use these offered tools. Next one, please. So we are CRA ready. Our marketplace is CRA ready. The solutions are categorized to ensure SMEs can easily find the specific tools required for the CRA compliant. SMEs can compare these technical solutions and identify the right tools for their needs. And by hosting EU tool providers and more options, more solutions, we are open, we add tools and open source solutions, of course. The marketplace promotes European strategic autonomy and digital resilience. Next one, please. So in Nero, we try to strengthen EU cybersecurity by aligning with international standards and ENISA frameworks to provide SMEs with accessible, collaborative, and policy-compliant defense solution. So additionally, the Nero helps build a CRA-compliant culture, if we dare say. Next one, please. So in Nero, we feel that we are not just a project, we are an innovative and collaborative ecosystem which sustains the European cybersecurity landscape in this transition era that we are into the CRA. Next one, and I will finish with that. Thank you very much for your attention. I think
Thank you. That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
So we now have Christian, who's actually here as well. Yeah, you're Christian.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks to all organizers. We have the presentation on. Yeah, presentation first. So after the first slide, I'm going to ask you to switch to video. So hi, hello everybody. My name is Christian Ravic. I work as a project manager for a small cybersecurity company called Cybersecurity from Zagreb. And today, as a project coordinator, I'm going to present you with the Korean project. But before I start with a brief presentation, I would like to ask you to join at slido.com, use the hashtag Curium, or just scan the QR code. This is where I will ask you to put the questions there. You will have to leave your name and your email in order to have those questions responded related to the presentation of the Curium project. So briefly about the Curium project, it's a very short project. We should end in June. We are now in the 73rd week of 78 weeks. So this is the QR code, and you see the link of the project as well. So this is our consortium. So we are a consortium of 9 partners from 7 EU member states, with 2 national authorities, one from Greece and Cyprus, and 1 competence center, that is 28 Digital, and other companies are SMEs. And as I mentioned, I work for cybersecurity, which is the coordinator of this project. So now I would like to ask the organizers, Luigi, maybe to put the video on. You create a small video to showcase what the Curium compliance continuum actually is. And then we'll continue with the presentation. Video, please. So until video starts, I would like to ask you to engage, because whoever engages with us, we have some small trinkets that we will give away to kind of encourage you to connect with us, to explore our services and ask questions and interact with us. Thank you.
The only way. That's his thing. There should be.
Just put it full screen. And we have no sound. Possible from the beginning. You could imagine how it would be if we had a live demo. It's always something. Please be patient.
It's there. I can't see.
Please pause the video at least. Sorry, can we pause the video? Or actually, this video is showcasing what we've done throughout our project, how we envision the compliance continuum, and how you can actually reap the benefits from the portal. So together here with me today is my colleague Christos. He's representing Aegis Research, IT company from Germany, based in Athens. He's the developer of the portal, and together today, hopefully we will be able to engage with some of you to showcase you a real demo in real time, while we are still working on fixing the issues with playing the video. Always something challenging. Can we do it from the beginning? So we don't need to have an audio, but just play it from the beginning if it's that.
Yeah, you'll have to talk through it, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Okay, but can we just
go from
put
the beginning?
Yeah, can we just play it from the beginning?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Apologies again, especially to the audience that is joining us online. So this is a video briefly about the journey, Curium journey. And was it? I see that the sound is turned down. Okay, never mind. So actually, our focus here is to present the portal, which is a central point to access all of our services and all the things that we developed in the project. So you see now the TAC, the training and the assessment that we integrated within the portal. And you now see the digital products, 5 digital products ranging from CRA to CAC. So the video actually explains how this user-friendly interface kind of allows you to go through the current compliance customer journey, let's say it like that. So it starts with CRA. So what is CRA for? Actually gonna see in the video now. So one thing to mention here is that you can use these tools as like a customer journey, or you can use them independently. So CRA now helps you to kind of add a product and then assess your exposure to vulnerabilities and similar stuff that is needed to be complied with related to the DPA. DPRA actually provides a product risk assessment, which actually talks about the assets that are like on the products themselves, and it also does the same thing. It looks like this, as you can see in this short video demo, because it would take too much time to kind of go through all the functionalities that we elicited through the first 6 months of our project, engaging with various stakeholders from industry leaders to research, academia, and other institutions. So we are continuing now to the DPMA, which is the third tool, which is actually helping especially startups and SMEs to kind of see where they stand related to international standards and what things then they could do to kind of improve their. In this video, it's a logging use case that is shown. How can companies kind of utilize this tool? So PCTVA, Penetration Self-Testing and Vulnerability Assessment Tool. It's a pretty complex tool that provides network analysis, code analysis, all sorts of analysis, cybersecurity analysis with the detailed reporting, and it's based on open source tools. The final and the last tool is the CAC, Conformity Assessment and Compliance and Conformity Assessment, which is a tool that actually guides you through to issue yourself a declaration of conformity or to have a CE marking. But as mentioned, we are not just the portal. We are also like an ecosystem. We are developing our tool, and it will be developing our portal till the end of this June. We are hoping maybe for an extension to include the chapter 4 and the article 14 within the portal itself. So one thing that I want to mention, you will now see the customer journey, how it looks and feels, and it starts with classifying and mapping risks with CRA and DPRA, and goes through the maturity assessment and the validation through the DPMA and PCTVA tools, and then for a final step to have yourself issue a U declaration of conformity for CE marking. So the idea of this is to have an automated CRA alignment, which is focused on SMEs and micro small businesses, which is aligned with international NIST and ISO standards. And one thing maybe that I missed, we are like a EU co-funded project, initiative co-funded by European Cybersecurity Competence Center with a 75.5% subsidy co-financing. So video should end soon. It will have an invite. So the idea is to reduce the costs and to accelerate the time to get to the market. Too bad that we don't have a sound. I have a great narrator for the video. So here are our social links. Please engage with us. We're going to have a newsletter issued in a couple of weeks. Please subscribe to that newsletter. And this is the link and the QR code that you can scan to access our portal and engage with our tools. And this is basically, I would say, it. If I can continue with the presentation. Sorry for all the technical challenges and for not having the audio. Okay. So I'm going to quickly go through so I mentioned the elicitation of the requirements was done in the previous stages. We are now in the final validation and adoption. We're going to organize an online final workshops. So to test out the tools. So this is how the portal looks today. It has a support, it has clean UX, UI, it has trainings, and also besides having support, we are asking you to give us your feedback on the tools because this is an invaluable feedback that we are trying to kind of get integrated in the functionalities of the tools themselves. So this is again for those who missed out to register, to scan the QR code or to go to the URL to check out, to register, check out and play with our tools. So as mentioned, this is the QR for our website. And again, I want to invite you because we're going to have the third release of the newsletter coming soon with a lot of updates, with a lot of news, with a lot of instructions and engagement plans, and also to follow us on our social media. And that's it. Yeah, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you can ask them here or kind of, yeah, we have a question. Should we respond to the question here now or maybe later? Yes, of course. Hello, we have two questions. One is if the platform is free, the answer is until the end of Okay, so to answer that question, I missed out on that because of the challenges we had with it. I forgot to mention that we're going to keep the platform is free. It is freely available and accessible to everybody, and it will remain so. It will remain so until the end of 2027, until the start of the full application of the CRA. So I hope that answers that question. So what is the second question?
Another one. Our harmonized standards are based on cybersecurity requirements of Annex 1.8.
Sorry?
Our harmonized standards are based on cybersecurity requirements of Annex 1.A.
Yeah, we are constantly refining and implementing all the things within our portal. So hopefully we will get some engagement from you and get some feedback to help us improve our tools. Thank you for your attention and have an enjoyable rest of the event.
Thanks, Christian. Sorry about the technical problems there, but you can get the video on the Cyberstan website, not the view on the Curium website. So I'd like to invite Lotte up, please. The CRA project.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lotte de Grave. I'm from Timex. We're a law firm based in Brussels, specialized in IT, cybersecurity, privacy, and intellectual property law. Are there any other lawyers in the room? One. Okay, I'll come find you after the break then. So I'm here today to talk about the CRA project, of which we are the legal partner. CRA stands for CRA Made Easy, with a nice acronym. So CRA is about the Cyber Resilience Act Made Easy. That's what it stands for. And we have a project coordinator who likes puns, so he made it into CRA, which is what the CRA turns us into sometimes. It's a group of 12 European cybersecurity experts dedicating to helping SMEs implement the CRA. So we've heard it a couple of times in the other project as well, but we focus on SMEs. The CRA project has two pillars. One is tooling and one is guidance. So we have developed or are developing security tools such as a SASE, repo, and testing tools. We also have white papers and guidance. This is where Timex, so we support on a lot to make sure that the guidance is legally accurate and that you can use it confidently for your CRA compliance. So as part of the project, there's also SBOMs being developed. You see, so there are some tools and support planned for the first half of 2026, such as our SBOM tools, compliance support, and other tools are for the second half of 2026. We have checklists, guidance. So this is where we work on a lot for risk management controls. And the beauty of the CRA project is that we also have use cases. So we invite SMEs throughout the project to join us and to develop a use case for us that we can use as guidance later on. But we really guide SMEs throughout their CRA compliance life cycle. And from those experiences, we create use cases that we turn into guidance, checklists, and tools later on, and we make available to the public. So these are our partners. We have a number of technical partners, such as CU, Resilient, Exit, Position, and No Codex. Tolion is cybersecurity consultancy. We have supply chain SaaS products. CU. We also have academia. The VUB is a Brussels university, and LSEC is a research organization as well, linked to the Leuven University in Belgium. And of course, we have Timex, that's us, the legal partner. Expected outcomes, as I said, compliance tools. We also make available webinars and other awareness activities to improve, of course, that's the whole goal of the CRA, security and resilience of our operators of essential services and critical infrastructure. And we make all of this available and with CRA on the CRA platform. And as I said, so what we invite SMEs to is to join us in this process. We've developed this process of developing use cases. We've developed a methodology together with Tolion. Tolion is specialized in product security, and with Tolion and Timelex, we've developed a methodology that starts from staging, where we look at your infrastructure and see, okay, which products can we use for this use case? What is most interesting for the SME to have a look at? We make sure that we have the right stakeholders around the table. Then we identify what exactly is a product with digital elements, what exactly is a remote data processing solution, because it may seem simple, but in practice, it often isn't, especially with the new Commission CRA guidance that is still being drafted. So we make sure that you legally accurately identify your products, and then we qualify those, and then we hand it on to our technical partners who look at vulnerability handling, risk assessment, and so we guide you through this whole process and give advice from a technical and a legal perspective. All of that is freely available, so I invite you or anyone you know who would be interested in this to contact us, and then we can develop a use case together. So we have a repo with all of the tools, both crazy tools and non-crazy tools, available on the crazy platform. We also have the SASE, and I always have to check the exact abbreviation, Software Access Service Edge. So it's a cloud delivered architecture that combines network connectivity with security services. So first, the idea of the crazy platform is that you use the platform, the repo, to assess your PDE's maturity level. You identify gaps. We can do that together as part of a use case, and then you can use the SASE to map those, to connect your PDE to the platform and to cover those gaps. There you go. Yeah, you can follow that link to to understand a bit more about what this entails. That's what it looks like. And this is our repo with CRA crazy and non-crazy tools, as you can see here. And with that, we aim to provide a comprehensive tooling platform for SMEs CRA compliance.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'll call on Pablo. Are you online, Pablo?
Yep.
Okay, off you go, Pablo. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, to start, Cracovia is also an EU-funded project. We have 14 partners, mainly clustered around 4 different countries. And yeah, we have partners in different areas. From use cases that help us validate the things, to technical partners that are based in mainly in Germany. Next slide, please. Yeah, our vision is to basically, like most of these CRA projects, is to help SMEs work with the new CRA Act, right? Providing the tool that will help them do that, and have, of course, lots of training to have them sensitized on what we need to do. Next slide, please. All right, our key outputs, of course, are the Cracovia Wizard itself, which is an online platform, a SaaS solution to be able to perform the analysis for the user, starting with placement and basically figuring out how you are affected and what you need to deliver. And of course, the accompanying CRA Academy, or Cracademy, how we've named it, where we have different types of webinars and trainings about the CRA and how they are affected. These are all the trainings are available on our website at any time, and the Cracovia Wizard is still being built. We're kind of like halfway through the project of 36 months. Next slide, please. Yes. What we're aiming as is working mainly on the CRA inside of the CRA product lifecycle. We're focusing mainly on the self-assessment part, right? We're not aiming at is helping products that are maybe critical to that need to go through a notified body, and of course the accompanying of the rest of this life cycle, which also includes the end of the support period. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so where do most SMEs get stuck? So what we've learned from in meetings like this and talking with SMEs is, of course, first of all, they don't have the specialized security people to work on these things, and the second is they don't know. They know that they have to do something with the CRA. They know that they're probably affected, but they don't know exactly how to start it. And then with the Cracovia Wizard, we want to accompany them, take them by the hand, and at the end of the process, they have a complete dossier, including the tests, different mechanisms that they have to have, defined the support period, and having all the details covered without getting very techie about it. Next slide, please. All right, so the base of the Cracovia Wizard is we have 2 tech partners. One of them is Bunkai, which is where I also work with. It is a portal that's more focused on the networking side of let's say, IoT devices, being able to give visibility into the correct use of TLS, management of certificates, and so on and so forth. And we also have OneKey, which is a compliance platform which focuses mainly on, or the biggest strength is on the analysis of firmware, right? Being able to upload a firmware binary and understanding what are the vulnerabilities that I have in there and how to manage them to be able to do that compliance. And of course, our solution has to go a little bit more than that to provide the additional guidance on what to do. Next slide. All right, so what we want to do is basically go through a product in 3 phases. First, we have to identify what you need to do. You can use our scope check, which is already available on our website. And with that, you can know if you're affected by the CRA, what are your responsibilities, what do you have to do until when. Then comes a little longer phase where we do the actual assessment and testing. using the platform, you can perform all sorts of the technical tests to make sure that you're actually compliant with what they're doing. And of course, last but not least, delivering that dossier and the declaration of conformity that you can then after that print and sign. And of course, a whole zip file with basically all the information that you need in case you get audited further down the line. Next slide, please. All right, so our value proposition is basically being able to reduce the cost, reduce the time to be able to be compliant, understanding what you actually need to do, have visibility through dashboards to be able to track the progress. So every time you have time to work on this, you know exactly what are the next steps or what are the next steps that I can actually take. And trying to not have you work with an empty page, but provide templates that allow you to know what are the typical tests that you would need to perform. If you're a product, if we have templates for your for products similar to yours, then you would have some idea of the risks that are involved and be able to manage them and in the next steps. Next slide. Yeah, so what we have available now, you can probably notice that we're talking in the future because we are in the middle of our project. We have but we do have some of the tools available now. You can use Scope Check, freely available on our website. You can use parts of the Bunkai platform, which is also available, and the OneKey platform is available on its own as well. And we're working on the tighter integration between all three of them. Next slide. And of course, what is coming up is the bulletin ready notification and the rest of the guidance for the dossier. Next, please. And of course, training is an important part of what we're doing. You can follow our socials. We're very active on LinkedIn, highlighting different parts of the CRA and important things following events like these, where we try to participate. Sadly, we couldn't make it in person. And yeah, you can find all of our trainings, everything through our website. Next slide, I think we're done. Yeah, this is the website where you can find things. And here you have our contact details in case you need to reach out.
Thank you, Pablo. And if there's any questions in the chat, then please you can respond to them, yeah? Okay. So
yes, of course. Thanks, Nick.
Kalimatu, are you there?
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, yeah. Go ahead.
Perfect. So thank you, Nick, for inviting me to this event. I will talk a little bit about the TrustBoost project, give a little bit of a short presentation and talk about the tools that we developed and what benefits are there for small organizations. So the TrustBoost project main objective is to unify and upgrade certification capabilities across Europe. And we have 11 partners in our consortium from 6 EU member countries, Ireland, France, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Romania, and Slovakia. That includes authorities, certification bodies, testing laboratories. And under this project that is co-funded by the ECCC, we have different activities. As you can see here, the gap analysis, this is a skill gap analysis and knowledge capabilities alignment that include training, capabilities readiness reference implementation about policies and procedures for certification, mainly for authorities and certification bodies. And we have a lot of cross-border collaboration and exchange of knowledge. So that includes workshops. Sorry, if you can go back to the previous slide. Thank you. Yeah, I'm talking about the activities listed here. You can see the first one about training is completed, which is why it's green. The yellow ones are in progress. The project is going to run until 2027, so we are in the middle of the project at the moment. And we have a few tools that includes the CyberBoost platform that is currently under design and implementation. We have the first prototype, and we are going towards the second version of the platform through testing and use case development and pilot projects. So we are planning to have 2 or 3 pilot certifications to validate the tool itself. And at the end of it, we'll have policy recommendations for different stakeholders included in the certification framework. Now, if you can go to the next slide, I'll present the tools that were developed. as part of this project. Thank you. So we have the CyberBoost platform that is going to be used for certification, the certification journey. The platform brings together authorities, certification bodies for regulations such as the EUCC, the CRA, the NIS2 compliance, etc. The CyberBoost platform then provides a life cycle certification visibility for all stakeholders. And we have also framework tools that was developed, generic taxonomy to allow stakeholders to classify and categorize products. We have a stakeholder needs report, for which at the end we have personas that are going to be using the platform, which is where the platform is taking its base, and we have map requirements across different regulations. So the benefits here for SMEs include this clarifies trust signals for all stakeholders involved, support procurement and customer assurance, and reduces confusion about scope obligations, right, and improves readiness planning for SMEs or other stakeholders that come through for certification. And if you can go to the next slide, I have summarized the benefits. The key benefits, this is an overview of what the platform looks like at the moment. And if you can go to the next slide, I have 6 features of the platform and 6 key benefits related to those that are mainly impacting SMEs. We have a unified approach across EU countries, as I mentioned at the beginning, which provides simple navigation of requirements for organizations that go through the certification journey. We have streamlined processes that make an efficient certification journey for those stakeholders, including SMEs, and then lifecycle visibility of certification, which improves market credibility of certified products. And then maturing monitoring surveillance processes through dashboards, we can see how the product is doing, the product version is doing, if there are recurring issues or if something is ringing a bell, right? So this reduces the security risk and compliance risk of products. We have transparent evaluation signals, and that leads to lower frictions and fewer surprises in assessment, so everybody knows what to expect when they go for the journey, and we have continuous improvement. So the platform is supposed to allow for faster adaptation to regulatory changes. And I think that's it from me. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. At the beginning, I mentioned that we have training. So the training materials are available on our website, available through www.trustboost.eu. We also have other deliverables like the taxonomy that I mentioned. And if you have any questions or if you want to get in touch with us, we are available through this email, deploy.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, hello everybody. Let me just share my screen.
I'm not sure, I think you'll just have to speak over them because we can't see them, unfortunately, okay?
Yeah, but I think I shared the wrong screen.
Okay, no, just if you could
Now,
just speak a couple of minutes and tell us about the project, and then we can...
Yeah. It's in any case, it is going to be a short presentation. Just let me know if you can see my screen. Okay.
Yeah, we can't see your screen, okay? So if you just go ahead without seeing the slide.
Okay. So the Tangle project, actually it is quite young project, just started, 5 months old. ITML, a company located in Greece, is coordinating this project, and I work for ITML. Like the Tangle, it's an interesting project because, first of all, it combines several cybersecurity regulations in a holistic solution. So we do not tackle only Cyber Resilience Act, but also we have toolkit, which also will try to give our stakeholders NIS2 compliance. So it offers a set of highly innovative services, ensuring that these services built on existing and mature solutions. These solutions are going to be brought by our partners. And these offerings are going to be easy to use, efficient, and cost effective for the stakeholders, and also give the opportunity to tailor-made based on their real needs. So in the project, we are going to develop 5 different toolkits regarding incident management, NIS2 compliance, cyber certification support framework, CRA's supervision and enforcement toolkit. As I mentioned, we have multiple different stakeholders. So we want to approach member state authorities, operators of essential services, important entities, cybersecurity incident response teams, and SMEs, technology vendors. So we are a project, as I mentioned, that has just started 1st of January 2026. We have 14 partners from 8 EU countries, and with 6 use cases. Right moment, I'm showing the project management structure, but it does not make sense now. And we have 5 objectives, all aligned with our tools that we are going to design and develop in the project. And use cases, again, 6 use cases, a variety of domains that we have end users actually, in order to try, validate and prove the concept of the project, from large industries, CERT, healthcare domain, port authorities, and energy.
Yeah, I think we've lost. Siran. Okay, so just to say thank you very much. I know that this session, we had lots of different projects, a lot of information, and I appreciate that, but there are so many of these activities going on across Europe, and they all provide resources which are free. Okay, they all provide resources which are free during the project lifetime. When the projects finish, they then have to implement a sustainability plan, okay, to keep their resources available. That generally includes a cost model. So it would be expected that many of the tools and resources you've seen today, in 6 months or in a year's time, they'll have a payment model, okay? So the idea is that, you should try to use them now because they're free of charge. And you can also apply for funding with the Secure project to fund your effort in using these tools. Okay, so there's loads of push by the Commission to give these tools for free and also to cover a company's effort to implement them and to comply to the CRA. So a lot of information, but please have a look back at the slides. The video will be online as well, and you can see the slides from the Tangle project as well. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, to finish the event, we will set up for a panel discussion. While my colleagues set up, I will be introducing our moderator, Annabelle Kutayar, the Cybersecurity Manager at the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, with a background in engineering for over 15 years and experience in regulated sectors such as automotive and medical devices. Kutayar works extensively on the EU cybersecurity frameworks. So I will pass it on to Annabelle to introduce the panelists.
Okay. We can start our panel discussion. From this panel, we will explore both the impacts and opportunities arising from the implementation of the Cyber Resilience Act across Europe. We will look at how CRA is reshaping expectations for companies, the practical challenges organizations are facing in achieving compliance, and whether it is seen as a regulatory burden or as a catalyst for greater trust in the digital products market. And ultimately, we will ask, how can companies move beyond compliance and turn CRA into a strategic advantage? So I introduce my panelists, starting with Mr. Daniel Thompson. As previously introduced, Daniel is the CEO of Creb Nebula and the co-creator of the Tory framework. Next to him would be Mr. Kenneth Bone, founder and CEO of CISUS, a multi-award-winning Malta-based technology provider and a serial entrepreneur across domains, including digital payment, AI, and autonomous systems. Next would be Mr. Marcel Mizzi, a senior officer at the Malta Chamber of SMEs for over 25 years, holds a bachelor's and master's in ICT, and also works as an ICT consultant, where he also founded multiple businesses and represents the Chamber on ICT, digitalization, education, including EU affairs in Brussels. We have also with us Mr. Christian Bayada. He's responsible for the Managed Security Services portfolio at BMIT. He has 15 years of experience in building security programs for organizations in several regulated industries. And also with us, Dr. Nathaniel Falzon, a lawyer specializing in cybersecurity, data protection, and technology law, currently serving as legal advisor at MITA. And in his role, he provides strategic counsel on the intersection of law, cybersecurity, AI, and public administration, and has been closely involved in drafting technology-focused legislation and regulation. Okay, so we've got quite a good panel. Let's kick off this panel, starting with you, Daniel. What are the main challenges companies face in achieving CRA compliance today? And to what extent are practices such as secure by design, risk assessment, SBOMs, and vulnerability management already embedded in Maltese organizations and their supply chains?
Hello. Okay. Hi again. I think there's two classes of companies that care about the CRA right now. The first class is the company that provides components to other companies. So I think of a company like ST here on the island. They're a supplier of components. So they care about the CRA right now because their consumers are going to have to then become compliant later on. The other group of companies that care about it care just a little bit enough to know that it doesn't matter to them yet. And I think that's the larger risk that we're facing on the island and across Europe. I think that it's not landing on CEOs' dossiers and dockets because that's next year. That said, there are a number of cybersecurity affine companies in Malta who have practices such as, keeping an SCIM and patching software and it gets out of date. So I think that those companies that have good practices in software engineering are going to be okay.
Thank you for the insight, Daniel. You have highlighted the maturity gaps here. Kenneth, now building on that from a supply chain perspective, what are the most significant impacts you think the CRA on product development and supply chain? What should companies prioritize internally, and what should they expect from their own suppliers?
First of all, I'll declare a bias here. I am generally not very happy when something is formally regulated. I dislike regulation. As an entrepreneur in innovation, it does not generally help. For a number of reasons, I do believe that in most cases, the free market is better equipped to handle such instances. not always, sometimes, as is in this case, needs a bit of a nudge, but also because in many cases, regulation ends up to be a process of ticking the checkboxes at the end of the day, with the overburden of administrative cost and delays and so on and so forth. Having said that, I will absolutely agree with the sentiment of the CRA. It is extremely important that we go into this direction. I will concentrate on the part of the supply chains, which is one of the most painful parts from my end. What I would like to consider is that not all suppliers are made equal. And I will give you a practical example. I'll wear a different hat. In one of my companies called Ataria, we provide autonomous drones as a service, which is something which is very innovative. And it's the SaaS equivalent to drones. Okay? So we work with a number of European suppliers, Phoenix Wings, Wingcopter, Digitech. We have very good relationships with them. We also help them in many cases for product development. So I know them, I've been to their office, I trust them. There's a relationship there. But there is also a problem with gap in capability and cost. So then there are the Chinese suppliers, okay? Most predominantly DJI. So if I want a drone that carries 80 kilos or more, I have to go to DJI. There is no European equivalent. But DJI is a black box. I don't know them, they don't answer my emails, they don't answer my calls. So I can trust what a European supplier in this case is giving me. I cannot trust self-declaration of DJI, even though it puts them on the same level of a European supplier. So the cost for a European supplier is much higher in terms of regulatory compliance than is for DJI. So the most important thing for me is that if possible at any point in time, we take this regulation a further step in using this regulatory compliance as an advantage to European manufacturers and suppliers, keeping in consideration that their cost for such regulation, for such compliance is much higher than for those that are not European based. So essentially what I expect from my suppliers is to be compliant, obviously, but also give me the chance to cross-check and verify that self-compliance, which I can do in most cases with European suppliers. I cannot do that with Chinese suppliers.
Thank you, Kenneth. You've mentioned some operational impact there. So Marcel, now from an SME perspective, where are SMEs currently prepared on the CRA? And where do you think they still need more support? How can the role also of the Chamber of SME play a role in helping these gaps?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I represent SMEs, but Maltese SMEs are not European SMEs. Most of us are micros, well, approximately 7,000 members on the books, and most of them are 2-3 people shows. So that's to begin with. I agree totally with what Kenneth was saying. We'd rather have no regulation than even more regulation. But that's what we're here for, to make sure that this regulation doesn't hurt us that much. This had happened quite recently with GDPR, and we managed to soften the blow somewhat as well. First of all, but I don't share the sentiment of many people that think that Maltese SMEs are behind. Actually, in recent years, I mean, you have to imagine I'm 60 years old, I've been in ICT since ICT began, before the internet and before computers. Well, I was there, I was in electronics, but nowadays, we went through the period of having a server on premise and breaking down and not having backups and attacks and viruses and all that. Nowadays, many people who I do work for use cloud services, use online payment systems, managed ICT services, and so basic cybersecurity is indeed included. Like things like using 365 and enforcing you to use multi-factor is a really good thing, without which most people wouldn't be compliant at all. So they're becoming compliant without even knowing it. This had happened. I was part of the cloud forum when we were starting to adopt cloud in Malta. We used to do a survey and ask our members, do you use cloud? And most of them would say no. Do you use Gmail? Yes. Do you use cloud? Use cloud. deepest level. So the way you talk to small micros and SMEs has to be different. I mean, if they have to be here today for this, half of them would have left by 11, most likely, because it's far too technical for most of them, unless there are people like you who are involved in this. The gaps that remain mostly are about the legal obligations of the CRA, managing supply chain cybersecurity, having internal expertise is practically out of the question, unless you're nice to the company. As usual, the challenge is not willingness, it's resources, time, and the money to do it. First of all, bear in mind that in micros, even 5 people companies, you're going to have the CEO does a lot of things. The secretary does a lot of things. The purchasing, everyone's in purchasing. You don't have the luxury of having departments and everybody. If somebody takes a day off, the others are screwed. That's how it works. But there's nothing much you can do about it unless they grow. Our role has always been around. We had our 75th anniversary a couple of years ago. As a bridge between regulations and implementation. I've been involved in projects handled by government where the forms to be filled in initially were 30 pages long. By the time we finished with them, they were fine, and still do the same thing. I mean, I don't blame anyone, but that's how governments work. We also obviously are involved in helping them understand what CRA is all about, and that they are not, again, overburdened. And we're involved, even me personally, with government on everything practically that happens. There's one of us, and we usually have an input in everything that happens. Not as much as we would like to, but at least we do have an input.
Thank you, Marcel. That leads us to the question now of opportunity. So, Christian, do you believe that the CRA and harmonized standards can become a competitive advantage for European companies? And how do you think this would influence trust and innovation?
To start with, I think that the CRA in itself is quite of a geopolitical statement. Basically, it's saying, listen, in order for non-EU countries, it's saying, listen, in order to come to sell your product, your digital product in Europe, you have to abide by these rules. Now, that in itself, it would level a little bit the competitiveness that Kenneth was also referring to, where suddenly they would also have to bear some compliance costs in that case. But also, you mentioned trust and innovation. And on the point of trust in itself, I think that, we have gained as EU countries some sort of stereotypes. Like the Germans are known for engineering, like the Swiss are known for precision. Malta is known for our gaming industry. And I think that we can harness that factor and that reputation and start building that made in Europe. And that made in Europe in itself is a trust, and the CRA mark in itself would be that kind of currency that can be used to instill trust, kind of. And basically, on the point of innovation, I would agree with both Marcel and Kenneth that, let's face it, these are items that would add friction along the way, and that is true. However, one of the speakers, I'm not sure if it was Daniel, but things like such as quantum cryptography were mentioned along the way. And to be honest, what I have seen let's face it, most of us in the industry would do the minimum to get by in order to manage to sell, and hopefully earn a little bit of profit. And you would, unless constrained, often you would be overlooking some of the items that will be happening around you, such as quantum cryptography and potentially big cracks happening in it, and you'd rather not read about it, so that you think, listen, the things are still the same as I knew them. But, yeah.
Thank you, Christian. And of course, institutions also play a key role. Nathaniel, you're here representing MITA. MITA has the role of the CSERT under the Cyber Resilience Act. How is awareness among SMEs? Is it sufficient regarding the role of the CSERT? And how can CSERT support in meeting requirements without adding any red taping?
So first of all, thank you for the event. Yes, so for me, that was quite natural as well to serve as the national CSERT as well, presumptively now when the new regulations will come in force. MITA has been operating as the government CSERT and as the national CSERT now under the NIS2 regulations. Of course, with regarding to the CRA, it's a bit more complex. And I think when you think about the CRA and you think about all the different entities which actually fall under the CRA, you even upon reading the regulations, it becomes even more complex. However, in reality is that regulations are there and we have to abide by them, and ultimately, as my colleagues just mentioned, I think the CRA has a lot of potential to act as a added value, as a certain degree of trust, whereby certain products, of course, can market themselves and possibly even compete with products coming out of the EU ultimately, and it creates an even playing field for everyone. With regarding to the awareness of SMEs, GDPR was mentioned. GDPR was way back in 2018. I think nowadays we have to have a look at new startups and new companies and ask them if they have the protection policy, if they have the ROPAS up to date, etc. I think most of them would even start scratching their heads. So I think in reality is it maybe a bit too much to ask to ensure that all SMEs know about this and are aware of it. I think in reality it translates to what and I think here is also the need of more outreaching from national authorities.
We should just join our member.
For national authorities and even national agencies alike, including to the chamber as well, and to bridge this gap. Regulations, yes, tend to be tedious, but ultimately I think, and especially with regard to the CSERT as well, and with the importance of the coordinated disclosure, ultimately I think the end goal is to realize the added benefit at the end of the day, is that in the same way as the CRA and the various regulations can create this trust for these new products to compete, at the same time as a national CSERT, of course, having this sort of information coming in directly from the industry can help other similar products, can help other companies, other SMEs across ultimately the whole European market to ensure a better degree of cybersecurity awareness. So ultimately, I think that is the end goal, even though maybe sometimes upon reading the regulation, you would miss where we are heading for. Ultimately, that is the crux of it all.
Thank you, Nathaniel. We've mapped out the current landscape, the challenges, the impact across organizations and SMEs. Now shifting gears, let's look ahead. How do we move from understanding the problem to shaping solutions in an opportunity now? So back to you, Daniel. In the context of the CRA, how can standardization process be structured to ensure SMEs are meaningfully represented?
I think I ran the first event about the Cyber Resilience Act at the Chamber back in July 2024. There were about 7 people in the audience. 2 of them were my staff. Today, we had a full room. We have over 100 people online. And I think awareness is growing to the point where when you get on stage at a tech conference and you ask the audience, who here has heard about the Cyber Resilience Act, it is the vast majority. So I think that in the tech industry, there is already awareness for this. And I'd like to point out that there's, of the 7,000 members of our chamber, the vast majority of them are not producing software artifacts or hardware artifacts for which they would need to have compliance. So I think the only answer I can honorably give you is that where we can do more outreach is informing the businesses that they have the obligation at some point to choose products that are CE marked. What does the CE marking mean for them? And furthermore, what does that mean for their employees? Because the one thing we haven't really talked about, it was only mentioned once today, the Product Liability Directive. And what the product liability directive does, as a pendant to the CRA, is it gives us back our rights, our fundamental rights to living a safe and secure lifestyle. And that actually continues at the workplace. So having products that your boss or that you as a team choose for work that are CE marked is going to be, I think, a signifier that you have a healthy market in your business.
Thank you, Daniel. Taking a step further, Kenneth, from your end, how do these standards shape the market maturity in cybersecurity, and what needs to be done to ensure alignment between regulatory, technical standards, and real-world industrial practices?
That would take about 3 hours to go through, but in theory, the tide should raise all boats. So again, in theory, this should make the market considerably more mature. What I fear, however, is that we end up in a situation of false security. So in very practical terms, the CRA handles, as Daniel mentioned before, is known knowns. So essentially, if I buy an IoT, as a consumer, as an end consumer to those, I know that my smart lock is not vulnerable to a CV from 2021. Excellent. Okay? Nothing to say about that except positive things. But I fear that that sense of security is false because we are not addressing what is latent and what possibly, and quite clearly, could also be nefarious. So there are a few things here. Yes, is the market going to be more mature? Yes, to some extent. My fear is that we might allow others that are not bound by the same cost and by the same regulatory requirements to participate in then what is a more mature market. That's fear number one. Fear number two is, are we actually then going to move ahead to start handling more complex vulnerabilities that might also be nefarious and not just out of incompetence, so to speak? So it would be a very, very lengthy answer, but essentially what I'd like to see is for now the CRA to, as someone that hates regulation, as I said before, it might sound strange coming from me, but I'd like the CRA to move a step forward in starting to tackle more complex issues beyond those that are declared unknown vulnerabilities. Yes, Dan.
I think you're right, but the CRA can't do anything. It's the market surveillance authorities. It's us as users who are empowered to say, hey, DGI, what's going on? The legislation is legislation. It's a dead paper mother. I'm sorry, I love my mother, but it's just a piece of paper. And it's the market surveillance that says.
That's absolutely correct. And I would then move to the second step, which would be, this is probably beyond our pay grade here, because this is then political will. This is then having to do actions which might not be popular at all, or might require a certain level of spine, let's put it this way, to implement in order to ensure that something like that would happen. So yes, there's regulation, but then there needs to be a political power to move that further than the regulation.
It's a requirement to report. If you don't report, you are screwed.
Yes, but you can report. You can report what you know. You cannot report what you don't know. So
look, but you are so the part is about the product insecurity. When you are a manufacturer, you have to report your knowledge. That is okay, because when you report your knowledge, this is what I need as a consumer. I don't expect you to talk about stuff that nobody knows. But this is the right regulation to say you have to report what you know.
Correct. And then I would like to see an extra step which goes beyond that and actually gives more tools to analyze and let's say maybe surveil on things that are not visible directly. What I'm talking about here is very clear things like possibly, as I mentioned before, latent, possibly nefarious intentions within IoTs, for example. right? So there's no clear vulnerability on a CV that everyone knows about, but I, as having a drone within my supply chain, how can I ensure that the declaration by a Chinese company is actually correct? And I perfectly understand that this is way beyond the CRA, right?
I don't think so. I think the CRA has implemented measures that require foreign manufacturers to have local representatives, either via an importer or an authorized representative, and those will be held accountable.
Correct. So let's take the DJI example. So in the US, DJI was banned.
The United States government also tried banning all of the routers, but then they realized they don't have any American router manufacturers.
That's problem number one, actually, because also in terms of, again, mentioning drones, the gap we have in capability of drones in the EU is also because of regulation. Because the industry is so regulated, and the Chinese industry is not regulated at all, essentially.
So of course, the Chinese they are also regulated. They are not less regulated. It is just not true. Have you looked at the vulnerability management that you have to do as a Chinese company?
The problem is that they can't show us the
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
No, my concern is that they fall under that same regulation, but the price for not then complying with it actually in practice is much less than that for a European manufacturer. What I'm saying is that if you do not actually comply, and there is a problem, what happened with the DJI example in the US, what happened is that all of the DJI drones started popping up with different brand names, right? I mean, it's a whack-a-mole game here. I'm not saying there's a solution to it, a very clear one. But what I'm saying is that maybe at some point in time, we might want to go into these areas that are far darker than just a clear CV that can be addressed. See what I'm saying?
Thank you, Ken.
We can take another hour.
So bringing it back on SMEs to Marcel. Marcel, from your end, what practical steps SMEs can take to turn this into now a competitive advantage?
First of all, we need to convince them, we as in the chamber, plus government as well, that this is not paperwork, that you can gain an advantage with this. In fact, again, being ancient as I am, I remember the switch from the fax to email, okay? The Italians are still using the fax today, but let's leave the Italians alone and their pizza and faxes. And when we switched to email, it was like fashionable to have your email address on your van, on your delivery van, and on your business card. And if you gave out a business card without an email address, well, you say, you don't have email? We're only a couple of people. My first email address, I had to call the UK 3 Maltese lire per minute to read an email. CompuServe. Because Malta didn't have internet at the time. So, but again, it can be used to their advantage. Obviously, as was said repeatedly today, they need to carry out a bit, maybe using one of these tools that was demoed today, identify risks and all that. And we've already done, in fact, we'll be doing one probably with Kenneth, we've already done several webinars, and our webinars are very well attended. Some of them are hugely, 600 people, you know. So unfortunately, this one, the one we made recently, was not much attended. And the reason is they don't, like I don't know who said, they don't really care. It's not going to be on the agenda of the CEO unless it knocks them in the face. Because there's so much to do with compliance of other things that it takes our time. And here in Malta, our biggest issue, which is taking up every CEO and manager's time, is human resources. We just can't people. I get phone calls every day. Salam, what am I going to do? I can't work like this, you know. I can't get people then. And we're all the time fighting with Identità to make it streamlined, and we do make inroads, but still it's far from enough. And we don't have employees, basically. Now we ended up stealing each other's TCNs. Because the minute that your competitor realizes that if you have an Indian guy who's clever and can speak English, then it's going to go and offer him more wages and take him away from him. That's where we are now, you know. So all in all, you can be attractive to companies, to potential customers who care about these things. But eventually, GDPR, you mentioned that many people don't know about GDPR. A lot of companies about GDPR, A lot of companies are aware of GDPR, and not because we scared them, because that's the point here. We can go out and talk to our members and say, look, because this you get fined and it's very serious. No, no, this is good for you. You know, you can use it to your advantage, and even GDPR. And GDPR, I mean, there have been cases here in Malta of breaches as well, and the reason is, a while ago, before 2018, we used to exchange each other's email databases, you know, over a coffee. I have 50,000. How much do you have? 30. Okay. Then when you have more, you know, that's what we used to do. Then now stop.
If you used to confirm.
Well, that's not there.
Thank you, Marcel. From mindset now to execution. Christian, how do you think now SMEs adopt secure by design principles in a way that strengthens their offerings without significant slowing them down in innovation or time to market?
I would echo Marcel's statement here about the compliance obligations that we have. So us working in, for myself and most of my colleagues working in tech, most of our time is not taken actually doing tech stuff, but it's mostly related to if we, for instance, apply for a tender, there will be a gazillion of questions of security related questions that you need to fill up. If you have a customer, a good customer, he will come every year and ask you necessarily the same question every year, and you have to reply about everything, about your practices, about the encryption that you use in transit, the STLS 1.2 and higher, encryption at rest, encryption at the sender. What I am hoping for is that with initiatives such as the CRA Act, I am hoping that it's respected enough that if my digital product has that seal of approval, as in it is a seal after all, attested by the conformity assessment bodies, if you go to the extent. What I am hoping for is that the market would respect that, would respect the whole infrastructure and framework that there is, and it will give you a breather because you did it once. You don't need to do the same thing with everybody else, basically. And for the other point, being the secure by design part, we have to be as efficient as possible nowadays. Nowadays, we have SecDevOps practices where you can incorporate these secure practices that you have, that the guys were talking about, and they were like, I have seen very awesome frameworks. I remember the first three, I think the Oscrat, Crazy, and Choreo project. Apologies, I forgot the rest. They can be very easily integrated into the development pipelines of any digital product, and making these very easy going forward as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Christian. Finally, looking from a broader strategic public sector perspective. So, Nathaniel, on that front, how can now organizations embed incident reporting into their broader security and business strategy under the CRA and create value beyond the compliance?
So I think a point which also was mentioned as well is we shouldn't be looking at the regulations just for the fines and just to ensure that, listen, we're complying. I think that's the crucial thing. I think compliance and incident reporting in this case should be part of the whole compliance strategy of the whole product life cycle for different companies and SMEs ultimately. So that's what we mean by security by design. That's what is expected as well nowadays by the regulations. So these things shouldn't be an afterthought. Now, I think as well, the main benefit of events like these is showcasing different tools which are available, showcasing as well even the broadness of the national authorities, of national agencies to help out and to bridge this gap. Ultimately, I think it is, of course, it will be a learning curve, especially for maybe smaller companies. However, I think companies should not feel deterred from that and simply not reach out to being MDIA or being META in our case. We are ultimately here for the greater good of the whole industry and for, in this case, as well, to increase the level of security posture with regard to these new products. Of course, regulations will continue to evolve, so it is a continuous investment which needs to be done. And ultimately, like I mentioned before, ultimately, I think people should focus more on getting the added benefit. I mean, this was, I think, one of the themes which was mentioned here as well, is that compliance should be seen as a form of a tool to broadening the product's competitivity. Now, it shouldn't be done by sacrificing the whole product in and of itself, correct? However, I think, especially in a wider and a globalized market, and even as the EU, even if we had to see the certain trajectory of certain regulations, I think nowadays, I think we're moving towards the consolidation of the internal market, which in and of itself can present new opportunities to European companies to exploit and to hopefully continue to grow and prosper. So I think incident reporting should be part of the whole framework, not treated as something separately.
Thank you, Nathaniel. And thank you to all the panelists for this very insightful discussions. That brings us to the end of this panel discussion. And I think what clearly emerged is that the CRA represents a significant shift from a fragmented approach to cybersecurity to a more structured and harmonized way. And ultimately, as you all said, the success depends collaboration between regulators, industry, standards bodies, to ensure that this CRA supports both security and innovation.
I can't have those questions.
So thank you all for your contributions and open to take any questions should there be any.
Should I ask the question? Okay. So what I realized in that discussion, the Cyber Resilience Act talks about an appropriate level of cybersecurity. It doesn't talk about, oh, you have to appropriate level. And I would question to everybody, what do you think is an appropriate level of cybersecurity?
Depends on the definition of appropriate. Appropriate according to who and to what standard and to what level.
Appropriate? Yeah. Like, yeah, what's
Cybersecurity in general. I mean, I work as an ICT as well. And I see a lot of crime, and the reason, I mean, I remember a time when we used to worry about getting a virus. Now we don't hear about viruses anymore. Now it's phishing. And I get like 6 emails and 3 WhatsApps a day. Is this a scam? And some of them will be really obvious. Hotmail addresses with a Microsoft logo, Gmail, come on. And these are lawyers, auditors.
This is not a product.
No. My members don't produce products.
So because my answer to this is appropriate is like, of course, it's always a matter of product that you have, but appropriate means appropriate. I cannot say that is this type of technology and I ignore what the appropriate part is. And of course, I have to discover that if I don't know, but it is not hand-waving. This is what
I perfectly agree that it's an excellent and admirable first step to ensure that at least what is known is addressed. I perfectly agree, and I will put my entire weight behind that. What I was saying before is that, however, we tend to, from a regulatory perspective, generally, we tend to address the low-hanging fruit, what is easy to address because it's right in front of you, right? If the product is vulnerable to a known CVE, that is a low-hanging fruit to address, both in terms of identifying what the vulnerability is and what needs to be done to ensure that that vulnerability is no longer there. What I'm saying is we also eventually will need a tool, I would say rather urgently, to be able to look under the hood beyond what is clearly and evidently a public-facing CVE, right? Because these are creating very clear and possibly impactful vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure, in what is in our homes, what is in our cars, what is in drones, what is in planes, what is in so on and so forth. And it gets really, really complicated when you talk about supply chains which extend outside of the EU. Talking about drone manufacturers in the EU, for example, they themselves have a problem with their own supply chains because most of the components are Chinese. So the drone is in my supply chain, Chinese components is in their supply chain, which automatically becomes mine. And there's no alternative to replace those components that have very limited verifiability beyond a self-assessment. And as I said before, a self-assessment, the cost of a self-assessment for a European-based entity is much less, is much more, I'm sorry. The cost of self-assessment for a European-based company is much higher than that for a Chinese or anywhere else. Yeah.
I'm going to give it a shot about appropriate level. And I think as a manufacturer of products with digital elements, I would look at the users. What do I think is appropriate for them? And I'm taking a little bit of the dad role here. I don't want my 3-year-old to cut its finger on a sharp knife, so it gets a plastic knife to play with. And I'm not saying that users are like children. They're differentiated based on the product that I'm placing on the market, and it's this intended purpose that drives my understanding of appropriateness. And that's how I would approach that.
Very good answer.
I agree with them. Very, very much, yes. The appropriateness is relative to the risk factor, essentially. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll hand over to Dora. Thank you for all.
Thank you.
Let's stand up.
Thank you to the panelists. And as a way of closing our event, please welcome Mr. Flores for his closing remarks.
I will keep it very short. We had a total of 22 speakers in a day. And when we started planning the event, I think we started planning it as a smaller event, but slowly, it continued to grow. And we went to this journey with having our standards organization, experts from European Standards Organization, from business, from other public entities. And if there is something that we can take out of the session today is that cybersecurity is something that we need to work together. And this is what I love about standards. I think I refer to George's comment that if you don't manage to influence legislation, you can influence standards. And my invitation is to be involved in the process as much as possible, to communicate also with us. So if you have any feedback, keep us in the loop, because we can be on the same wavelength, and the importance of working together. So from our end, we are fully committed. They told me that I walk a lot when I speak. Our approach is an open door policy. Our approach is to walk the journey with you. So whatever your role is, if you want to really create good products, good services, and great processes, you'll find our support. So please reach out to us, whether it's through the hub, through our cyber help desk. We are there to help. And I really wish you a best rest of the day. So thank you, and I also want to thank the team for organizing this, both from Etsy and Sanelec and the Standards Organizations, Daniel again, and team from DIA, because this was a team from cybersecurity, led by Maria Elenia and Annabelle Policy, and also our business development and research. So all things work together to get something which hopefully works. See you for our next event, and thank you again. Thank you.